I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for, what's today, October 13, 2020. This meeting, like all meetings during this health emergency, is being held remotely, and we have a quorum of the Select Board from their respective remote locations. We're using the Zoom platform, and I guess I'm supposed to tell you that this meeting is being recorded. And if anyone on the board objects to being recorded, I think they need to say so now. So let's start off this meeting with the first item, which is updates and announcements. I'd like to start off by using this as an opportunity to talk about something that happened recently. I circulated to the Select Board the resignation letter of June Binney from the Policing Reform Committee. She felt she had to resign because of the, what in my opinion are contemptible attacks leveled against her because of a tenuous connection to the chokehold incident for which I am responsible. These attacks came from a small group of self-described, quote, progressives in the community who engaged in personal attacks designed to destroy people like June who don't, in my opinion, toe a party line that reasonable people could accept, when reasonable people could accept disagreement or accept that there may be alternative solutions to the problems that we're all talking about. For June, the attacks intruded on her family and were even shamefully allowed to intrude in a drama class at the high school that included her child. The Policing Reform Committee will be losing a very valuable member, which may have been the intent of some of June's assailants. She has, however, agreed to work with the committee informally on projects that she has begun. The committee and Brookline will lose a very valuable resource in our work to address the social justice issues on which June and her husband are national leaders. Fortunately, they will continue to do their work in other Massachusetts communities and nationally. You know, I don't really care about people attacking me. It goes with the territory, and I have tough skin. And anyway, most people in Brookline know and appreciate the contributions I've made to this community and accept my imperfections. But June's resignation illustrates the damage that's been done to social justice and true progressive change in Brookline by an atmosphere that tends to exclude people as opposed to bringing them in. So I ask that beginning with public comment tonight, that when people engage in public debate, they first take a deep breath and then only speak when they can do so without anger, because anger may make you somehow feel better, but does not solve problems. We will be taking applications to replace June on the Policing Reform Committee, and will consider both new applicants and those applicants who applied earlier. Hopefully we'll be able to replace her fairly soon, as the committee's work is moving fairly quickly right now. So those are my 2 cents on this particular issue. Do other board members have announcements or updates or comments? No? John?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Nancy.
No, it's thank you. And I'll keep this very brief. I just want to second what Chair Green has said. I won't pretend that I'm above letting my emotions get away with me, or you know, letting anger intrude sometimes into my own public behavior. But I do think we have to try our best. And I do think people sometimes lose sight of the fact that we're all neighbors. And we should all be friends. We should be friends going into a meeting and friends coming out of a meeting, no matter what our disagreements are within the meeting. And I fear that too many people drew a conclusion about one of our neighbors that was unwarranted. It was unjustified. And I think the response was over the top. I hope that we get past it. And I wish June well. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Nancy, did you, Miss
Yes, I do.
Ms. Heller, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I like to second and third both the chair's remarks and John's remarks. I think it's very unfortunate that we have this kind of acrimony and incivility, really, bullying almost in our discourse in Brookline. Will never remember it this way in all my years of being involved in Brookline and on the school committee and the advisory committee and first on the select board. And I'm distressed. I'm very distressed that we are acting as if we don't live in Brookline. We live in some other place where other people have had such an influence of incivility and expressions of anger. So I'm very unhappy about it, and I wish Ms. Binning well, and hopefully she will be able to continue to contribute something to this very, very important effort.
Okay, any other comments or announcements?
Sure.
Ms. Heller, what's happening with the census?
Okay. Well, we're having another meeting this week, and hopefully Ray Bennett will be coming. We have done some things this week trying to get our message out. It's clear that right now the census is considering October 31st as the final date, and we don't have any other word to that except that we never know. So we're keeping vigilant, and we have had Mr. Kleckner arranged for a message to be on our website. I spoke with Todd Corain, who put a message on our SUFA boards. We have sent the message out from committee members to various of their connections in Brookline. We have asked the census to please continue to come to Brookline. The mobile assistance questionnaire units, I think, have really been the most effective tool. They've gone many times to the farmers market, to the food pantries. They've been out in front of a Trader Joe's. They've gone to a soccer game at Lawrence School. So and I believe that those efforts are the ones that are paying off for the biggest bang for the buck. So we've asked them to continue that, and I have not yet had a response. But we'll continue to be vigilant and urge people to go to 2020 census.gov or call the phone number. If you do go to 2020, I don't have it on me, but 2020 census.gov will have the phone number, and you can call and speak and ask to speak in several different languages. So it's got to be done soon and now. And our federal funding for the next 10 years, affordable housing, schools, roads, libraries, so many things depend on it. So please urge everyone you know to fill out their census. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you and Mr. Fernandez for working on this. I mean, this is critically important for the reasons you mentioned, but also because in a certain sense, the same forces that are trying to undermine the census, and they are trying to undermine it, are going to be undermining the election. So, I mean, it's important that we beat back every attempt to undermine the ways in which democracy in this country operates. And I think the census and the elections, are very similar in that respect. Ms. Hamilton, I'm sorry, did you have something to say?
Well, actually, I just got alerts on my phone that the Supreme Court just weighed in and is going to be allowing the Trump administration's request to stop the census. So no time.
As of what date? As of what date?
Now, I think if anybody out there has not completed the census and are thinking about doing it, please go ahead and do it right now. We'll wait.
I think the court has ruled that it's pending an appeal. It's a lower appeals court ruling, but it is they have granted the temporary suspension of the census.
And this is an example of how elections have consequences. So I hope it's a motivation tool for people to make sure they vote and make sure they get their relatives, friends, and acquaintances to vote also. So anything else?
Well, I will congratulate Dr. Fernandez on his engagement
Okay.
Thank you.
and Ms. Heller on the anticipation of a new grandbaby.
Yes, we are anticipating it any day now.
Good. Congratulations to both of you.
Exciting stuff happening. You know what else is exciting is the Climate is Everybody's Business event that's happening this Thursday from 9 to 9:45 a.m. It is, if you don't know, October is, among many other things, National Energy Awareness Month. Save money, save energy, and save the planet. So there is an event this Thursday morning. You can go to CIEB, that's Climate is Everybody's Business. So CIEB Energy 2020.eventbrite.com for all the details. Looking forward to being there and checking out that. A great event. I know there's some really fantastic speakers, and encourage you all to check it out.
And that's a virtual event?
It is.
Okay, anything else? Then let's open it up to public comment. Justin, do we have anyone in the queue waiting to speak?
And no one signed up for public comment at this time. A lot of people signed up for public comment during the warrant article hearings.
Okay, well, let's get going, get there. Okay, next, I move approval of the select board minutes for September 29, 2020. Does anyone have any edits for those minutes? No? All in favor of approving the minutes for September 29, 2020, say aye. Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Items 2B and 2C have been withdrawn because there's more information that's needed. So I'd like to take items 3D, 3E, and 3F in omnibus fashion. Question of approving a transfer request in the amount of $30,000 from the Department of Public Welfare's administrative personnel account to engineering services and professional technical services, and transferring from the assessor's department's permanent full-time account to consulting services. Question of executing and approving authorization for a master lease agreement with TD Bank with an annual cost of $96,142.29 for 5 years at 1.17% interest rate for a total of $469,720.71 for the recreation department for various types of equipment at the golf course. So unless there are any questions, I move approval of those three items. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Item 5, natural gas contract. Question of authorizing the town administrator to execute a natural gas supply contract on or about October 21st, 2020. Mr. Kleckner, would you like to
Yes,
bring us
thanks,
up to
Mr.
date on
Chair.
that?
Yes, as background, the town often collaborates with a number of regional cities and towns to procure energy services or energy products. We do that by doing a bid, and we try to time the market depending on certain market conditions. We have a ongoing consulting arrangement with Bay State Consultants, who advises us around these very complicated issues and helps prepare bids. They are preparing a bid for a number of regional cities and towns, including Brookline, on October 21st, which is intended to time certain market conditions that are more favorable than the current natural gas rate the town is paying currently. And right now we're going with a standard national grid rate for an organization or a use of our category. Unfortunately or fortunately, these contracts or these bids usually require a fairly quick turnaround within hours because of the way the market changes. And so what we've done in the past and we're seeking to do this evening is get your authorization to allow me, with the advice of our staff and our consultant, to agree on a new contract rate for natural gas based on this bid. Now, it's possible we won't accept anything because of the rates, but we will have hopefully 3 competitive rates for natural gas on October 21st. And I will be asked to award a contract if the conditions are right. So with that, I guess I would ask you if you have any questions. One of the issues that I've been clear about, and I know that this board is concerned about it, is would this contract that we enter into with one of these companies prevent us from moving some of our natural gas load away from natural gas and onto other sources, hopefully renewable energy sources, as we've been talking about and doing with our major projects these days? I think the answer is we would not be prohibited from doing that. There are certain notice requirements and maybe even a maximum we could shed about, I think 25% in one particular case, but that's much higher than any. I can't imagine us being able to do this during the term of an agreement. So with that, I'd ask any questions. I want to introduce John Shortsleeve, who is principal with Bay State Consultants and someone this town and many other towns have chosen to use their energy procurement.
Okay, Mr. Shortsleeve, do you have anything to add?
No, I think Mel said it pretty accurately. I think the allowances on these contracts are pretty broad, pretty generous. You can also control the term of the contract. You don't necessarily have to go very long. You can go a shorter term if you want.
Ms. Heller,
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I might have missed it. The term for this contract is how long?
We'll be procuring different options for you to look at, for Mel to look at on the bid date. We typically procure a 1-year term, a 2-year term, and a 3-year term.
Mm-hmm.
Encourage you to look at the prices and make a final decision.
Any differences? Okay. Does it depend upon, I wasn't clear whether it depended upon the participation of other communities.
No.
Do we have to just, if whatever other communities want a 1-year or they want a 2-year, do we have to do that or?
No. Every time we've now done, I think this will be our 14th electric and or gas procurement for Brookline in the past 17 years. And every single time we've done that, we've procured all of our contracts are, even if we have more than one community participating in a given bid date, it's individual contracts and individual autonomy. You're not dependent on what any other community does.
Right. Now, I know we are trying to move the needle on the amount of gas, reduce the amount of gas and increase the amount of solar energy and other renewable sources. And we've certainly done that by putting some solar arrays on roofs, and we have a building, Devotion, which is much more energy efficient than our other buildings. Driscoll is going to be fossil fuel free, theoretically, and I'm assuming in the future that Pierce would be. But I think what we need at this point is to figure out how soon we could really expect. And maybe this has to wait until we have a sustainability coordinator, but I think we need a plan. How soon will we be able to get the rest of our infrastructure, our police station, our fire stations, our town hall, all that stuff on, not using any fossil fuels? I don't know the answer to that. I suspect it's some time
Mhm.
off, but I think we need to work on a plan.
And that's a separate issue from the gas contract, though.
Right, except
Right.
that if we thought that next year we could move everybody off of that, we would choose a 1-year term. I don't think that's probably realistic. But we may be able to move some of the facilities to renewable energy in some ways. So we could reduce the amount of gas. So, while I understand that it may be cheaper to do a 3-year contract, what I want to avoid is saying at the end, throwing up our hands at the end and saying, okay, well, we've not been able to make any progress, so here we are, we have to renew it again. That's just not so great.
Okay, Mr. Kleckner?
Well, you're right, Nancy. We wouldn't want to be in that position, but as I understand it, and John can confirm that, is at least 2 of the vendors are saying as long as we give them ample notice and, projects of this magnitude, we would have that notice, I think. And then one says we couldn't do more than 25%, which, is pretty unlikely, I think, in the course of up to 3 years. John, can you confirm that?
That's correct. No.
So if we were to take the Florida Ruffin Ridley School off of natural gas, I guess, floating bonds and doing the reconstruction, whatever amount of natural gas that is no longer needed, we could withdraw from the contract. It's unlikely that that would happen, but I assume that that's what.
That's true, and it's and as it turns out, it's 6% of the town's overall natural gas consumption. So nowhere near the 25% threshold that at least one company, or we think one company, will require us to limit ourselves to.
I think maybe what Nancy is asking for, which is unrelated to this contract, in my opinion, is some memo or brief summary of the natural gas infrastructure in our buildings, and maybe some ideas as to what it would take to switch over to something else. So.
Well, and I think it's not just. I think that's a good start, but I think what we need is an overall plan of how we're going to get there. And, I think we haven't developed that, I don't think, at this point. I think we have pieces of it, and we have the solar roofs, and we have, every time we want to do a project, we try to do it fossil fuel free, et cetera. But, in total, what are we talking about here? Can we go down? If we're going to be 5%, can we go down to 4%, 3%, and at some point, do we just go on the town's green electricity program in order to, but that assumes that we will convert all our heating systems. That's the thing, to
big thing,
not to natural gas. So that's the problem. It's not just a matter of switching to electricity. It's a matter of switching your systems. But anyway, I wanted to bring that up as something I think we need to be very cognizant of, and trying as best we can to change what's happening in Brookline.
Well, we'll be able to move on things like that once we have the sustainability administrator on board. So
right.
Yeah, and we'll be able to figure out what are the costs of doing that, and what type of financing, through debt exclusions or just straight overrides, we'll need to do that. So.
Yep.
Okay. So any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I had submitted a late additional memo on this, and I included a proposed vote.
Right.
I don't know if you got it, but I can read it if you don't have it.
No, I haven't. Any further questions? Discussion? Okay. I move that we authorize the town administrator to approve a contract for the provision of natural gas for town and school buildings under terms and conditions that he deems to be in the best interest of the town of Brookline. All in favor, Ms. Heller? Mr. Fernandez? Mr. Fernandez, are you frozen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez, are you back? I think his computer froze out, so. So we have 4-0.
No, he should be coming back. I think
Okay,
he
Mr.
got,
Fernandez.
I got demoted. I'm there. I voted aye on that.
Okay, good. And chair votes aye. Great. Next, personnel, DPW, request for authorization to hire for the following DPW position. Director of Parks and Open Space, that's a big position. Ms. Galantine, your old position.
That's right. Erin Galantine, Commissioner of Public Works. So I respectfully request authorization to fill the Parks and Open Space Director position. This is a critical senior management position responsible for design, development, maintenance, and management of our parks and open spaces, responsible for managing 50 plus full and part-time employees, subcommittees, other departments, budget preparation and administration, and capital project management. So it's a critical position in our organization, and one that I'm eager to fill.
Okay. Any questions? Are you going to do a nationwide search or look for someone in-house?
We are searching high and low to get as much interest as we possibly can in the position.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other from the board? Okay, seeing none, I move approval for the authorization to hire for the following DPW position. Director of Parks and Open Space. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez? Did you push him out, Justin?
I'm not pushing him out. I don't,
Just kidding, I know.
you know.
Is he, let's see,
I think he
Okay.
should come back.
Mr. Fernandez?
Very supportive of this. Aye. Are we voting?
Okay, and Mr. Vanscoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
You too. Okay, next, Personnel Recreation Department. Ms. Jackson. Is Lee Jackson here?
She is. She's
Okay.
doing it.
Question of approving the hiring of a lead teacher in the Recreation Department. Ms. Jackson, tell us about this.
Hello, good evening, Select Board members. I'm excited to be here with you tonight. Lee Jackson, Recreation Director. We have recently had one of our teachers resign her position to take one in Boston. And so I'm respectfully asking this evening for your authorization to replace that teacher, Sarah Blythe, with a new teacher for Sewell Childhood Education Center.
Any questions from the board? Okay, none. Okay, let's see. I know Ms. Jackson is going to make sure that the, as is Ms. Galantine, to make sure that the pool of talent that we're looking at is diverse and inclusive. So no need to, bring that up or discuss that any further. Any other questions, any comments? Okay, seeing none, I move approval of the hiring of a lead teacher in the Recreation Department. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Okay.
Aye.
Mr. Vanscoya,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson. Bye.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Liquor, change in manager. Question of approving the application for change of manager of record from Micah O'Malley to Jennifer Lauren Gillum for Trader Joe's at 1317 Beacon Street. I see Jennifer Gillum is here. Would you like to introduce yourself? I understand that there are no objections from the various departments that have to approve this.
Jennifer, you can unmute yourself, share your video if you're comfortable. Jennifer, you want to try speaking? You're unmuted.
Okay. Introduce yourself and just tell us whatever you want to tell us. You're muted.
Jennifer, you're unmuted. I don't know if you have something plugged into your headphone jack or anything like that. Yeah, we can't hear you. Want to try speaking now? There's something with your mic on your device. You on a computer or your laptop?
Well, Ms. Gillum is trying to resolve her audio issues. I would just say that Trader Joe's is obviously a establishment that has a package store license to sell packaged alcohol for off-premises consumption, and it's not unusual for them to change managers with the kind of turnover they have. And so at this point, the proposal is that the prior manager of record, who was
It was
Michael
Miko
O'Malley,
O'Malley, right?
will be proposed to be Ms. Gillum. Are you available to talk now, Jennifer?
I think Ms. Gillum's trying to either reconnect or dial in.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Yeah, chat says she's trying to reconnect. Let's see, she's tip certified. I think crowd control certified, even though, well, there are crowds in Trader Joe's and they can get rowdy every once in a while. So that's important. Let's see, especially those folks trying to buy the cheap liquor like me.
I'm wondering if she's familiar or she was asked about our COVID regulations that are now in place and face masks mandatory and
Right.
distancing, et cetera, because those are new areas for the grocery store that they haven't had to deal with before.
They would probably not be under her jurisdiction as a agent for alcohol, but something that she should be aware of and ensure that's enforced, at least in her department.
Right. Well, I'm sure it must apply.
Yeah.
She shouldn't be serving patrons without masks.
Okay, so
Maybe while she's trying to connect, I see Mr. Evans or Emmons, who's next. Maybe we can.
Okay, that's for the lodging house. You want to move on to that? And
or no, you can take it.
I think we might not be getting her back. So
okay, so why don't we go ahead and vote?
it's recommended by all the relevant departments.
Yeah. On favor of the application for change of manager of record from Mika O'Malley to Jennifer Lauren Gillum. Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Congratulations, Ms. Gillum, wherever you are. Okay, next. Question of approving the application for a lodging house agent. Daniel Emmons, proposed agent for Ruby Realty at 1750 Beacon Street. Mr. Emmons?
Members of the board, good
Introduce
evening.
yourself and something about your application.
Yes, so my name is Dan. I've been a resident in Greater Boston for about 2 years now. By day, I'm in graduate education over at Harvard Medical, and I am excited to be applying for this opportunity at 1750. Everyone I've dealt with has been great so far, and again, excited for this opportunity.
Okay. Is 1750 Beacon a lodging house? Or
Yes,
explain
it is the
what's
Beacon
there. Okay, and what type of lodging house is it? Just a regular lodging
So
house?
it's a bed and breakfast.
Okay.
Yep, the Beacon Inn.
Okay.
Mhm.
Any questions from the select board? I understand that all the approvals of town departments are in. Except the health department does condition it on your attending a lodging house training session, which I assume you'll do on the 17th, is it? Or 19th?
Correct. Yep. I'm slated for that next week, and that I believe is the last pillar.
Okay, great. Any questions from the select board? Mr. Vanskoya?
Hi, Daniel.
Hi there.
I'm kind of a neighbor, not too far away. And I don't want to put you on the spot, really, I don't. But I can't help asking you because we're having a discussion later tonight of Airbnb. And as someone who's involved with a lodging house, do you have a position on whether Airbnb is a, you know, in any sense, an unfair form of competition?
I think that's a little unfair for Mr. Emmons. I mean, he's just the
I said it
agent.
would be unfair. If you want to say no
Okay.
answer, that's fine.
Since you warned him.
Well, I will admit that I'm coming from a place of relative ignorance. I'm not as in the industry as the other people on staff here, obviously. But as far as competition, I'm not certain. But as someone who uses Airbnb regularly, it's a great format. They take care of their customers and their hosts pretty well from what I've seen. But again, a place of relative ignorance. So I don't know how much how much my word is worth. But
And we don't expect you to be anything or to know more than you know, so.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you for putting up with the question.
Of course. Hope I
Any other questions? Okay, I move approval of the application for a lodging house agent. Daniel Emmons, proposed agent for Ruby Realty at 1750 Beacon Street. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. Next, boards and commissions interviews. Following candidates for appointment, reappointment to boards and commissions will appear for interview. Economic Development Advisory Board, Kenneth Lewis, I believe he's applying for reappointment. At least that's my understanding. Justin is Mr. Lewis.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis is not in the attendee list at the moment.
Okay.
We've emailed him a few times.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. I will tell you, Mr. Chair, that this was really we're hoping for going forward with this one because our public hearing on warrant articles is until 7. I can't believe we're so much progress. You know, we do have item 12 and 13 on the calendar that we could bring up. One is number 12 is all the articles that we've already had hearings on. I don't know if people are here to represent themselves on that. I do see a lot of folks in the attendee list, but also the Advisory Council on Public Health. But if Mr. Lewis is not here, I think we're probably gonna have to recess for a while.
Okay, what other board members think?
I'd love it if we could use this time to move forward on some of the other items on the agenda.
Yeah, except I think people are sort of expecting to speak on a couple of them, even though it's, you know, we're voting on them as opposed to holding a hearing.
I think
Yeah,
we got a
Mr.
letter from
Kleckner's
Cliff
right. There's
Brown.
some, you know, I hate to do it. And I won't be able to be here because as you know, I'm on the West Coast now assisting my daughter and her family in terms of the birth of this baby. So I'll be having to leave at, by 7 your time. But I do think it's unfortunate that, you know, some of these things,
Well, what about, I mean, except for warrant article 33, which I believe Mr. Vanskoya had some comments on and Cliff Brown wanted to respond to. Are we ready to vote on the other warrant articles?
I am, yeah.
Sure.
At least get them out of the way?
Which one?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bernard, which one did you mention?
33. It's my understanding, and I'm not really clear on this, but that Mr. Van Scoyoc had some comments or suggestions, and Cliff Brown has wanted to respond to them. I did tell Cliff that if he wanted to, he could speak when that article came up. So
You can hold that one and take the others.
yeah, so why don't we do that?
Well, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Kleckner first. I mean, I have not been involved in the town school partnership. I've joined it this year, but for many years past. So I was on it many years ago when I was on the school committee. And I would like to ask Mr. Kleckner about his opinion on some of the way he envisions some of the resolution items would change the partnership or make it less and more functional. Sorry to put you on the spot, but
Um,
I would say
No.
we just haven't taken up that issue, that item yet. I think
Well,
what we're talking about is holding that item till later.
but
and taking-
Nancy's not going to be here. That's why she wants to have some discussion.
Got it.
well, you can discuss that when I'm not here and I'll watch the tape after, but that's one thing I would want to know.
Did you have something else, Nancy?
No, I'm just looking at the list and I'm seeing, kind of what are the no-brainers, if you will. And education training for town meeting members, warrant Article 28 seems to be one.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's any controversy or difficulty about that. This wouldn't be a hearing
Well,
on this
why don't
one.
we go through the warrant articles, and if people want to hold one for later discussion, we can. But I think most of them are fairly straightforward, and people already know what they want, how they want to vote.
Bernard, sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
But just to let you know that Mr. Ken Lewis is in the attendee list now.
Okay, why don't we go back to Ken Lewis? We're still going to be ahead of, well, maybe not that much. Okay, Ken, introduce yourself and tell us why you want to continue with EDAB.
Ken, you need
you're
to unmute
muted.
yourself.
You'd think I would get this by now with all these Zoom calls. Huh? Good evening. My name is Ken Lewis. I've been a town resident for over 30 years and have been on the Brookline Economic Development Advisory Board for about half that time, for 15 years. My background's in commercial real estate, and I've been involved with several of the land use study committees that have had EDAB representation on study committees that were set up specifically for looking at mixed use development opportunities in town in various locations in Brookline Village, Coolidge Corner, and on Route 9. And those have been very engaging and ultimately successful. And I'd like to continue my work with fellow members of EDAB and with Kara Bruton and Meredith as well.
Okay, any questions from the board? And we all know you, but please ask questions. Mr. Van Scoyoc. Oh, I'm
Ken.
sorry, Ms. Hamilton, did you want to speak?
Yeah, but I'll go after John.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
Didn't
you very much.
want you to think I was ignoring you.
Yeah, and nor did I mean to jump ahead. Hello, Ken.
John.
Good to see you. I actually have a few questions, and some of them are just sort of born of curiosity more than anything else. First of all, I think you and Paul Sainer make one of the great sort of tandem teams of all time, and your leadership of EDAB has been just fabulous. And I hope that that continues well into the future. I also, though, am very sort of cognizant of the reality of COVID-19 and the impact that it's having on a lot of our local retail businesses. And I just wonder if you have some insight that you want to share with us as to whether this is going to change the playing field going forward as to development opportunities in the town. I'm thinking in particular of the emphasis that we put on hotel development in recent years. And yet, you know, every other day you read another story about the woeful state of the hotel sector right now. So I keep thinking that that must have changed our view of the opportunities for future hotel development, but maybe it hasn't. And I think the same thing about the many retail operations that are hurting right now. And we've had a big emphasis on street level, mom and pop retail as a future, something to incentivize for the future. But I wonder if you have any thoughts on whether the ground has shifted under that possibility.
Well, I definitely think in the near term, the opportunities for hotel development are going to be limited to none. I think the capacity in that sector is going to be increased with the development of the hotel at the Waldo Durgan site. There's, in prior discussions, there was thoughts that perhaps one more hotel might work in Brookline, somewhere along the west side of the western edge of Route 9. But I do think that's unlikely to happen, and I do think we should expect less excise tax revenue for quite some time. Now, Brookline is lucky in the sense that we're a market that services institutions that aren't going to go anywhere, and the universities and the LMA are the primary demand drivers. So I think that's going to rebound, but I think we're looking at a very difficult period for 2 years at least. I think the segment of our local economy that concerns me the most is the restaurant industry, stating the obvious. And I think we could lose as much as half of our restaurants and look at a big level of vacancy. I think the ground level retail space will remain valuable, but it may end up shifting more to other service sectors. So yeah, it's going to be tough sledding for a while. I think the town has done as best a job as it could when you think about the outdoor seating that it's provided. I think the support that the ED staff has provided to local businesses for PPP loan information, and some of us on EDAV have worked with some tenants on counseling them with regard to landlord negotiations as they sort of spread the chain of pain to down the line. So it's going to be tough, but I do think we're positioned well for the long term, but the short term is going to be difficult.
By any chance, do you see any new areas opening up, new areas of opportunity opening up?
Well, it would be nice if Brookline could get a little slice of the life sciences pie. I mean, that seems to be, you probably saw the article yesterday in the Globe about another project in Alston Brighton that's going to be centered around life sciences. Mm-hmm. And that demand seems to be strong. There's tremendous amount of capital in that sector. Recently, the Mount Auburn Club, where I used to play tennis, was recently sold and closed, and sold to a developer who spent $33 million just for the site to build a life science facility. So I think that segment is going to continue to grow. I don't know that Brookline has anything in the immediate near term that could fit the capacity. That's usually a larger footprint type of building and the campus type of setting. But that is an interesting opportunity.
Thanks.
Ms. Hamilton. Oh, sorry, Ms. Howell after her.
No worries. Actually, my question was going to be about the life sciences and how we can, better leverage that. I understand that we don't currently allow under zoning any wet lab space. What are your thoughts on that in particular?
We allowed a little, I forget what level of biolab in Brookline Village as part of the redevelopment of 1 and 2 Brookline Place, but it is restricted. I would think that's something that we should definitely consider encouraging, both in terms of as a permitted use and FAR bonuses for that type of use. It's a tremendously valuable property. It would bring in professionals that would patronize local businesses. I think it's a win-win for the town.
Ms. Heller?
Ken, thank you for all your efforts on EDAB. I know they've been considerable. And I think that one that stands out, I'm sure for all of us, are your sessions on inter-board planning and discussion just of some of the issues. We had a couple of those sessions, and I'm just curious as to whether you're going to continue to proceed with those.
Well, I think the idea has been better than the execution so far. We've got to get our participants in those meetings to make sure they pay attention to their allocated times. But no, I think it's a great idea. We're really fortunate in Brookline to have really bright people, and Steve Hyken and Roger Blood and others who head up other boards. It's a tremendous amount of intellectual capital, and I like the idea of collaborating across the disciplines, and it becomes relevant in a lot of our projects that are mixed use. And then of course the preservation board has authority with regard to demolition permits and other things. So it does need coordination, and it's one of the realities of being a 60,000 person town government, or town government for 60,000 people. It does require coordination across boards to get things done.
Thank you. I know it's a daunting task.
Now, in terms of the biolabs, there are a number of fairly large parcels that could accommodate something like that. Are we reaching out to some of these owners just to let them know that we're here and can help them if they want to bail out of their land, for a variety of reasons? I assume that EDAB is, and other town committees are being proactive in that sense.
Yes, absolutely. There has been discussions with various owners like WS over on the west side of Route 9 on growth companies. Fred Margolis made a presentation to EDAB the other day. So yeah, those discussions are being had. I do think they need to be accompanied by the proper zoning incentives. Right now the demand remains pretty strong for multifamily. So I think the idea of creating live work environments could be attractive to the town and attractive to developers.
Yeah, I'm thinking that one of the consequences of this COVID situation is going to be changes in land use that we can't even anticipate right now. And it's always good to have people know that you're here to discuss, changes when they are ready to make them. So.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you look at what we've done lately in the last decade plus in Brookline, we've featured transit-oriented development, mixed-use projects that include hotels. And so both the transit-oriented part of that and the hotel part of that are pretty questionable for the near term. So I do think we need to expand our horizons and look to life sciences as another option.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I do have one other. There are many parts of Brookline which obviously have good access to transit, but then there are places which don't. And I'm just wondering how much EDAB is thinking about development in the places where there isn't good transit, and what we could do to make sure that we get better transit there. I think doesn't make sense to me to abandon those places in terms of economic development just because there's no transit. That maybe that's a problem we have to work on first.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit beyond our scope in terms of mass transit, but I'll defer to Heather on the mass transit questions. But no, I think that's true. I think the capacity issues of the T, even for sections of Brookline that do have access to mass transit, the capacity of the Green Line has always been challenging, and we get that feedback every time there's a project, even right in the heart of Coolidge Corner or Brookline Village.
Good. Okay, any other discussion? Any other questions? Okay, we're going to very shortly appoint members of EDAB. So you'll hear from us. Appreciate you coming forward or
Very
coming,
good. Thank you. Appreciate
forward
you.
to be reappointed.
Thank you, Ken.
Very good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Okay, we're still half an hour ahead of the warrant article.
Yeah, so we can bring up articles 12 and 13, or items 12 and 13 on our calendar. Item 12 are the warrant articles. I think probably Melissa Goff has the best handle on, what the status of these are, who's here to speak, and so on. So maybe you could bring us through these, Melissa. These are the
Okay,
articles.
are we,
Number 12.
okay, you mean who's here to speak for the articles as opposed to just open up to the public? Yeah.
So the public hearing on these articles have already occurred, and
Right.
I'm just giving you an update on where we are in relation to advisory committee action. Sometimes the petitioners do show up, and if they want to provide a further update, I'll leave that to the chair. For now, Article 21, non-disclosure agreement. So that has some substantial editing from the advisory committee. And I've asked Justin to share the screen so that you could see what the advisory committee has done to that article. So you can see that most of the language was struck, and then the blue highlight is new language.
Within 90 days of the close of the fiscal year, the town shall report on the town website. Okay, so that's the only thing left on this warrant article.
That is the current advisory committee position. And I don't know if the petitioner is here to provide any further. I know last time when we spoke on this, we were also looking for town council, which I don't know that, given how early it is, whether or not we may want to wait a little bit on this particular article.
Yes, Ms. Heller?
Yeah, well, we're talking about non-disclosure agreements, and recently it occurred to me, and I hadn't expressed it in this way before, but it seems to me that agreements which allow disclosure, in essence, are promoting at some level, and I don't know, I think we don't mean to do this, but I think this is a corollary. We're promoting kind of gossipy kinds of stuff, like who did what to whom, and rather than having it within the realm of adjudication and fact finding, we're kind of putting it out there and letting people make their own judgments. And I think I don't know, it doesn't feel right to me. As I say, I think there's a gossipy element to it that I don't like. If it were me who was involved in the litigation and I had a problem with somebody, and I certainly wouldn't want all that aired in front of the entire world until we had a resolution. I just don't think that makes sense to me. So I'm going to vote. I don't want non-disclosure agreements for that reason.
So
I don't want to limit them. I think we should have non-disclosure agreements because I think they protect the parties from this kind of gossipy stuff.
So it looks like, and maybe we need to see more of this advisory committee edit, but it looks like the advisory committee is basically taking out the non-disclosure piece. Is that correct?
They pretty much struck most of the language that the petitioner had on this particular thing.
So what's at the beginning above?
That's the original section of the bylaw.
Okay. So now it only reads 90 days of the close of the fiscal year, the town shall report on the town website all claims resolved for a sum greater than $25,000 during such fiscal year by providing the name of the town departments involved, the nature of the claims, and the amount of the settlements. What do people think about that? I mean, we want to, well, what do we want to do?
Well, I was going to mention, I mean, I have different thoughts on this than Select Board Member Heller does, but if we're going to vote on it tonight, then I'm happy to share those thoughts. But if we're just going to take this up another time, I'll just hold until then. I don't know, Melissa, it seemed to be, maybe you were indicating that at a future meeting, we might be able to hear from town council on this and might benefit from, I don't know if there are any other hearings that this warrant article needs to go through.
No, so this is the advisory committee position. So essentially, if the board has the choice to either accept the petitioner's original language, if the petitioner is still planning on moving it, to go with the advisory committee motion, or to craft their own motion. So those are your options at this point.
Okay. Well, I'd like to move the advisory committee motion, and we can have discussion, or someone else can move something else.
My only question is the petitioner okay with the advisory?
I don't know the petitioner's prerogative. I believe we may have reached out to let him know that we were discussing it. But I don't know whether or not he accepted these changes.
I mean, I'd be surprised if he did, being that literally guts the entire purpose of the warrant article and just puts a provision that 90 days, after the close of the year, we'll get a report on, which, is going to be basically a line about matters that have been settled. But.
Yeah. So look,
So town council
transparency.
Town council just texted that she's in the advisory committee. She can discuss this in 20 minutes if we want to pick up some of the other articles, and then we can go back to this if that's something that you'd be okay doing.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Could I ask a question, Melissa, in the meantime?
Sure.
I hope this is an easy one. How does the advisory committee's proposed reporting requirement differ from what we already have? We have a reporting requirement, don't we?
So town council committed, I don't think it was in a requirement. I think she committed during the review last year that she would provide such information. I think she may provide it in the annual report instead of at the close of the fiscal year. So I think that this just solidifies it in the bylaws.
This solidifies it. Okay. If this was a close, contest between doing the warrant article or not doing the warrant article, I would really want to hear from Ann Braga on this. But, if it turns out that we're kind of moving towards the advisory committee position, maybe we don't need to hear from her. But I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I'm moving towards it. Other people may not be. So.
No, I mean, I honestly think that this petitioner has done the work to bring this forward. I think he deserves an up and down vote on that. It's one thing when something gets, amended and there are changes that refine it, or this is literally gutting the warrant article. I mean, I think he deserves an up and down vote from us on whether or not we support it.
Well, if we vote the advisory committee, that's pretty clear. That's a down vote on the original. But what do you want to do? So you want to wait for town council?
I would support the advisory committee's motion as it's been explained here. I may not be here for the waiting for town council, so I just want you to know that, I would like to vote on this thing, but don't have a choice.
Does anyone want to hear from town council? I mean, town council is not going to convince us to go to the original warrant article. I don't think.
I could go along with voting for the advisory committee motion at this point. I want to say, though, that with greatest of respect for Mr. Margolis, I think Raul made an important point. He's done a lot of work on this. He's done a lot of work more than once on this. I just happen to disagree with him on this. So in this case, I would go with the advisory committee recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Fernandez, you want to add anything before we vote?
I mean, no. I mean, I'll just say, I will say what I was going to say before, which is just that, there's always going to be, in any direction, there's always going to be, some potentially negative consequences. If the worst we can come up with is that some people might gossip afterwards, I think that is far outweighed by the
Gossip can be harmful, Raul,
Right.
Well, and in
Council
fairness,
to-
the reason I mentioned Ann Braga's name is that there have been arguments in the past. I was just curious to see if they continue.
We just interrupt people while we're talking.
I'm sorry.
Is that what happens now on the board? I didn't think that was
Go
what
ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. So I think that there are some real issues around transparency that are very important. And I think this gets at that. I'm going to continue to support it. It doesn't look like there's support on the board for this, so I don't know. We need to go really deep into the debate about it, but just wanted to offer those thoughts.
Okay.
And I wanted to offer, and I apologize, Raul, for jumping in too soon. There is more than just the arguments that Nancy cited. I think Nancy's arguments are important ones and good ones. But I do recall quite clearly from the past that there are arguments as to whether this would make settlement of cases very, very difficult and not be in the best interests of the parties of either the town or the parties who would come forward to seek settlements of cases. So.
Yeah. Okay. My motion's on the table, on which is favorable action on the advisory committee edit of warrant article 21. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
No,
Mr. Fernandez,
No.
Mr. Vanscoya,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, education training for town meeting members. I don't think there's any objection to that.
There is a slight amendment from the advisory committee, and I'm
Oh.
still waiting for clarification on that. So we're gonna have to skip over that and probably put it on for next week if I don't get it soon.
Okay.
Article 30, you should have in your packet. There's an amended motion under Article 30 that the advisory committee voted. So hopefully that you've got that in front of you as well.
Okay, let me find it. Yeah, I hated those big books that we used to have, but they actually are a lot more convenient than trying to find something on my computer screen.
So the link that I sent you on Friday has everything electronically filed, just the way the books used to.
Oh, okay. I gotta figure that out, huh?
I can resend you the link if you need it.
No, I have the link. I'm just.
Well, you're putting it up on the screen as well.
So I can't because I'm running the CTOS meeting on my
Oh.
laptop, so
guess that
I
was
can't
me,
have them both open. I can send this to Justin though.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay.
Send it to me, I'll put it up.
Yep.
Is it the second one in our packet? I see one, and then they look.
So I sent a link on Friday to
Okay.
there's a folder with all the articles and any additional information that we've received. And so any votes that the advisory committee has sent to me, I've put in those folders.
Got it.
So you'll see Article 30 has the AC duties and votes is the name of the folder, and then 10, 9, 20 AC vote warrant Article 30 is the file you should be looking for, and hopefully Justin will have just received it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some substantial changes.
Melissa, do we happen to know if the changes voted by the advisory committee were voted with the consent of the article sponsor, Neil Gordon?
I believe he did, because he did email me to ask whether or not he needed to be here tonight. Let me just see if I can pull up that email.
I asked the question because I would find it persuasive if he and the advisory committee have reached agreement on these changes. I would find that persuasive.
Right. And I'm specifically want to know whether he agrees to the deletion of item I, small I, under recorded votes. which is something new since since you sent the packet.
So it sounded like since you have the advisory committee meeting, he didn't think he needed to be here unless you had to, unless you were going to be making some substantial changes to what the advisory committee has already voted.
I'm willing to vote the advisory committee edits. Anyone have any objections or questions about this?
I have no objections, and I just wanted to point out, I believe I'm correct on this, that essentially what resulted from the advisory committee's review of this is that the votes of the advisory committee will be reported in the minutes of the advisory committee, as opposed to in the recommendation that is made to the town in the warrant, or in the combined reports.
Right. Okay. Any other discussion of warrant article 30? Okay, I move approval of the advisory committee's edits to warrant article 30. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. Got that off the table. Warrant article 31. Oh, this is going to be.
Article 31 failed at the advisory committee. The vote was 0 to 26 to 1. So the board can either choose to accept the petitioner's language, amend and do a motion of their own, and or vote no action.
Okay, let's have discussion. I will start off. I move no action on this. So let's have discussion and see if there's some other motion that people would like to pose.
Remind me which article?
Warrant article 31, litigation and claims. Basically, the select board may not expend town funds for a purpose which town meeting via conditions of appropriation has expressly barred. And that's the substance of the warrant article.
Has town council actually weighed in on this one?
Many times. Melissa, what is town council's official position?
So I don't have a memo from town council on this particular item. If the board feels they need that in order to take their vote, we can certainly request that. And I don't recall whether or not she was at the hearing that you had on this item. I probably was at a different hearing myself.
Yes.
Well, there was an email that was circulated on the town meeting member listserv. And the gist of it was that she cited a number of examples from case law in support of the idea that even if the proposed warrant article were in fact legal, that nonetheless it would be unenforceable. But she cited a fair amount of case law, which sort of points in the direction that it may in fact not be legal, but she didn't find that to be a necessary condition for voting no action on this, because even if it were found to be legal, I hope I'm not misstating the implications of what she wrote.
Right.
There still is the problem that it would be unenforceable.
Right. There's also the problem that town meeting can't meet in executive session to figure out what's really going on in a piece of litigation like the Alston matter. And I think that's really critical. Town meeting is not set up to make those decisions. And that's why those decisions are given to the select board, because we are set up in order to meet in executive session and really understand some of the, sometimes confidential and sometimes very complex issues involved in litigation. A committee of 240 meeting in executive session is just not going to go.
I'm prepared to vote no action.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I guess I'll just say that I plan to abstain. You know, as a former town meeting member, I greatly respect, you know, when a decision is rendered by that body. And I don't feel like I have enough information to really come down one way or the other. So that's why I will probably be abstaining.
Okay. The moderator says that an abstention is a no vote, right? Anyway, that's what the moderator says. I have no idea. Okay, so I have a motion on the floor of no action on warrant article 31. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton, sorry.
Abstain.
Mr. Fernandez,
No.
Mr. Vanscoya.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, your motion is for no action. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I to no action. Sorry about that.
Okay. And chair votes aye. Okay.
Okay, Article 32 is next, and that is another one that has the advisory committee vote. Should be also in your packet in addition to the OneDrive folder.
All right. Any discussion of that?
Melissa, can you put that up on the screen?
Sure, let me send that. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Justin.
I'm sorry, Justin.
So this is the advisory committee language here.
And once again, this is under Article what?
This is Article 32.
32.
Okay.
Okay, could you read? It's hard, very hard for me, unless I make it bigger, I guess.
Melissa, I was gonna say, what we don't get here is the rationale.
Yep.
And there's no write-up, huh?
Well, not until the combined reports are ready for publishing. So unless you attended the advisory committee meeting, you would know the, I can tell you that the vote was 22-0-3 for the amended version. So that kind of gives you a sense of what how they felt about these changes.
I'm especially curious about the striking out of including maintenance and improvements to BHA properties. There's a number of reasons why a group might strike that out. I'm just wondering what their reason was.
Okay. You know, my concern has to do with, and you know, I know this is going to cause people to start yelling at me, but I'm opposed to budgeting, progressive budgeting processes. You know, when you're budgeting, it's what is prudent, not what is, you know, ideologically progressive or ideologically conservative. I mean, that's one of the problems we have in this country, that decisions are made as to, you know, budgeting and policies based on, not on what's prudent from a long-term standpoint, but what is, you know, considered, quote, in this case, progressive. And, you know, the idea that, I mean, all these things that are talked about in the resolution part, we do. And we do it where, you know, we have the authority as well as the resources to do so. This language seems to be, as a matter of fact, it is saying that what someone has considered to be progressive budgeting is a priority over everything else in the town. And just as a matter of principle, I don't think that that is a wise approach to take to even thinking about budgeting. So
I think one or more of the petitioners may be here. I'd be curious to hear, similar to John's question earlier, what they think about these changes. Do they support them, not?
okay, is someone here to speak on that?
Second, and I will
Well, we would have to promote them. So if you
Promote
see anybody that you think has Mr. Ananian in the audience? Well, I think he's the lead petitioner as far as I know.
He's being promoted right now. Scott, you've been promoted. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable.
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
But
Hello,
before,
thank you.
I'm sorry, Scott, before you start, I just got a corrected vote from the tally that I just reported. So Cliff Brown from the advisory committee informs me that the final vote was 12 to 4 to 10.
On the advisory committee edit?
On this article.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
As
10.
edited by the advisory committee.
Yes.
10 abstentions?
Yes.
Can't make up their mind. Just kidding. No, I didn't mean that.
Briefly, the text you are looking at is, and I'm one of a number of lead petitioners. Bonnie is also, I think, on the call as well. The language you're looking at is actually our sort of compromise position. It was the school subcommittee did some rewriting of the original petition. What you're looking at is the full AC's edits to the schools committee version. We would actually support at this point the schools committee revision. So the neither of the versions that you were looking at before is our original language, but we would support the unamended version, and the current AC vote was for the amended one, which takes out the need for improvements on BHA properties, downgrades from prioritizes to seriously considers, and I think rather than eliminate food insecurity, address, which I don't have a particular problem with, but the other two issues are more significant.
So do we have sufficient information to vote?
See John's hand up.
I'm sorry, John?
I just wanted to make a comment. So in this form, I would not support the motion. And I'll be specific as to why not. And I think this probably applies to some of those advisory committee members who abstain, but I won't try to speak for them. I am going to make it a practice now and in the future not to approve these types of resolutions if I disagree with some of the language in the whereas clauses. And I know that some people think the whereas clauses are just sort of the wind up, before the pitch. But I sense that a practice has set in, which is we use the whereas clauses to be argumentative of issues that were dealt with previously at town meeting, and which someone has decided they didn't like the outcome at the town meeting. So now we're going to use a bunch of whereas clauses to essentially denounce the prior action of town meeting and put everyone on the record as saying yes to a resolution which has good aims. The resolve part of this, I wouldn't have any problem with. But in order to get to the resolve part of this, the sponsors have put me in the position of agreeing to characterizations of what happened at the prior town meeting, which I absolutely do not agree with. Until we can agree that whereas clauses should be simply statements of indisputable fact, and the first whereas clause is a perfect example of a simple statement of a fact. Black residents make up 3.2% of Brookline's population, but 17.5% of its COVID-19 cases in which race is known. I have no problem with that. But a statement such as, whereas Brookline's affordable housing maintained by the Brookline Housing Authority is in demonstrated need of repair and renovation, and Brookline's FY21 budget failed to earmark sufficient money for this purpose, we are in the midst of having, you know, an ongoing discussion of whether, in fact, we think, what do we think the obligation of the town to fund some of the activities of the Brookline Housing Authority is. There hasn't been common consent that we somehow failed in an obligation towards the Brookline Housing Authority. That's the view of some people who tried to get a transfer of funds out of the police department into the Brookline Housing Authority. And you know, for good reasons on their part, but the fact of the matter is they made a proposal and it was voted down. And so now they're basically taking that history and saying that we have to sort of admit that we were wrong. And it's only been a few months. So I find it argumentative. And I find that it actually, you know, unfortunately undercuts what is a good purpose, which is to pass some resolutions, which I would like to agree to, but I can't agree to them in this form.
Ms. Fernandez.
Yeah. Well, I'll just note we can pass a version that eliminates the whereas clauses that you find objectionable. I'm one of those folks that you said earlier is much more focused on the therefore than the whereas. So, you know, I'd be fine with, you know, if there's certain whereas clauses that you'd like to eliminate, that's fine by me. I think the you know, seriously considering versus prioritizes and striking out maintenance and improvements to BHA properties is more concerning to me. Scott, will you all, if this is the final version that ends up on in front of town meeting, will you move your original version or move? I think you mentioned you're okay with this version as long as it doesn't have those strikeouts and changes. I just want to know that so I can figure out what I'd like to do.
We're discussing it. Our two options obviously are to a sort of minimal amendment that just puts back the emphasis here, or moving our original language. I don't know if you know, but Deb Brown has been out of commission in Poor Health for a week or so, so we haven't had a chance to sort of talk as a big group yet. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Ms. Heller?
So I want to understand, the problem in all of this is the tension between, what do we choose? Do we choose the schools or do we choose affordable housing? This is what this is kind of bringing up. Do we choose roads and sidewalks and snow removal and all the things that make Brookline Brookline, and say, nope, we don't want to do any of those things. We only want to funnel it into, the social services. And it's troubling because people who are of low income also enjoy those other things. It's not as if that's not a benefit to people who are living among us who don't have as much as others. So, how are you going to, if we only do what we did last time in terms of affordable housing through CDBG, people say, well, that's not enough. So then who determines what is enough and how is that going to play out? So I'm uncomfortable with this resolution for that reason. I think it expresses some very lofty goals and some good ideas. I agree with John that, I think it depends on the eye of the beholder in terms of the whereas clauses, except the ones that limit themselves to actual ascertainable facts. So I don't know. I don't particularly care for this resolution. I think it's got some problems, and I don't think I could vote for it in its present form.
Yeah, I'll add that I would I mean, if we're going to do anything, I'd want to, number one, take out all the recitals. I've had problems with recitals and resolutions, you know, on any number of topics. I see them as sort of attempts to sort of tell you how to think before, you know, getting any information. In this case, you know, telling us that to be progressive, you have to believe this. Well, maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but it's not something that I want to, you know, be in a resolution like this. In terms of the resolutions, to say that all these good things are priorities, I agree with Ms. Heller that, you know, there are a lot of priorities, and priorities, you know, don't distinguish between low income and upper income people when it comes to things like roads and parks and schools, etc. I have another concern, and that is, you know, we're saying prioritize affordable housing, which is, you know, appropriate, but including maintenance and improvements to BHA properties. The problem with that is that BHA is a separate entity from the town, and we have some ability to fund those things, but you know, that can't be a priority because you know, our ability to fund, for example, maintenance and improvements to their properties is limited to CDBG monies and possibly other sources of income, but it's not unlimited. So I don't think this is very well thought through. You know, I couldn't vote. I couldn't approve, accept it. Okay, Mr. Fernandez or Ms. Hamilton, you have anything to add? Or Mr. Ananian, you want to say something?
I give it to Bonnie if she wants to respond.
Okay, Justin, bring up Bonnie Baston.
Bonnie's being promoted. Okay. She's taking her time again. There she is. Bonnie, you can unmute and share your video when you're ready.
Coming. There we are. Hey, friends. This Warren article is asking you to address our food insecurity needs and people's housing needs, and you know, the immense amount of inequity in our town. That's what this is doing. And in doing so, we're asking you to get creative because we understand that it's not all that easy to just shift money over to the BHA or over to the schools. We understand that. We have considered that. We do understand that the anti-aid amendment exists, but there have been other communities that have worked around it. And I'm confident that if we move forward with these things, if we decide that making sure people are less food insecure, that their housing concerns are put at the forefront of our minds when we're writing this budget, that you can find ways to begin to add these ideas to the budget. These are important things. This is food and shelter. That's what this is about. This is not about whether or not you're progressive or not. In fact, I wish we would have struck that language out of this because people keep getting hung up on it. This is not about a litmus test about who is and who is not progressive. This is about your constituents being hungry and needing resources and needing not moldy housing, you know, and your schools needing more equitable, the schools in general being more equitable in all of the challenges that low income people are facing right now. That's what this is about. It's not about progressivism. We're asking you to be creative, and I know you've seen my face saying these exact words all the time. That's what this is about. We tried to do it with the police amendments, and that did not pass. We tried to solve, these issues using that tool. That didn't pass. So now we're bringing these issues to you to find a tool to be able to work to mitigate these issues beyond federal funding. We want this to be a more sustainable solution to these problems.
Okay, any other discussion?
Answer questions.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
No, I just say that, as you admitted, you didn't say that in the resolution, so maybe that's where you start. I'm sorry, Mr. Fernandez?
I didn't say what?
You mentioned that you wish you hadn't used, the sort of ideological phrase of progressive, but just talk about, more creative ways of addressing needs of people in Brookline. If you had said that, it'd be a different story, but anyway, Mr. Fernandez.
Sure. I'll just say is that, I know that there are many needs and competing needs in town, but not all needs are created equal. There is a hierarchy of needs. And, I think it'd be an interesting exercise to take, there's a guy named Maslow who created a pyramid, you might be familiar with, called the hierarchy of needs, and to take our budget and see how it maps against those needs. And I think one of the things we'll find, and there's various reasons for this, but I think what the petitioners are asking is that we dialogue more and we invest more in addressing those needs. That for people, if I'm either gonna, my choices are to go hungry and have smooth roads, or to not go hungry and have bumpy roads. I think I know what I'm gonna choose. And I think that as we engage in our budgeting, I think all this is asking us to do is to put what people need most to subsist, clean place to live, food insecurity piece. This does not seem at all controversial to me. For us to prioritize those needs for the people that for whatever reason aren't able to take care of that on their own. And when people ask me like what government is I always explain that it's how people come together to solve problems that they can't solve on their own. And I think all this is asking us to do is to invest more of the tax dollars that we collect and the revenue that we collect to invest in those people who need it most.
Except that there are rules for all governments, and as we see at the national level, unless those rules are followed, bad things happen. And I think all that people are saying is that, yes, we need to focus on the needs of people with respect to housing and other things, but we are constrained by the rules with respect to what we can spend our money on and how we acquire that money when we want to spend them.
I would just say, there's nothing, I think it's implicit that we have to follow the laws. I think that's implicit in anything that comes our way, is that we also need to follow the law as we do it. It's also, it can be that we push on others to change what the laws are so that we can do more. If that's something that we think is important, there's nothing in here that asks us to violate the law. Not that I've seen.
But of course, implicitly, but it's just something that can't clear and focused on the issues that it purports to be interested in.
Bernard, you kind of froze up there for a second.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have my Ethernet in, or Ethernet cable in.
All right, folks, I'm
Okay,
gonna have to leave. I'm gonna have to go.
All right. Bye,
So I was
Nancy.
hoping you would vote on this or hold it for next week, but
Well, I think we ought to hold it for next week because, I think my sense is that the board is not willing to accept it as is, and maybe there is a way that can be edited to make it acceptable. I don't know, maybe not, but
I also would like to hold it a week. If we
Yeah.
can address some of the concerns over the whereas clauses, I think we could maybe get to a more preferable result.
okay.
I'm sorry. Could you be explicit about your concerns about the whereas clauses?
Well, the language that was mentioned earlier, some of the assumptions that you have to be progressive or that you have to agree with whether we are failing.
For whatever it's worth, I think I'll just take a crack at this and see if anyone's willing to consider this. Because I think changes are fairly easy to make.
We'll put it on for next week and we'll get
okay.
revised language for you for the packet.
Okay.
Article 33, you should also have the advisory committee language under Article 33. John, I think there was some confusion as to whether or not you crafted your own motion. So I don't know if you have anything further on this. I know that Cliff Brown was also interested in speaking on this particular item as well.
My aim as of last week was to come up with something that would also be satisfactory to the advisory committee. So I think we should start with the advisory committee's motion and let the board decide if they have any issues with that.
Okay, what's the advisory committee motion?
I'll share my screen right now.
Is that in our packet?
Yes.
Okay.
Listen, I don't see any edit on this one.
I think it was a pretty substantial rewrite. So I think this might be new language.
So Melissa, this is a rewrite since last week.
This is what I received from the advisory committee on their final motion. I think if we can wait a minute for Cliff to log on, we might be able to get a better explanation as to where they are.
He's on, I'll promote him now.
Okay, great.
Hi. So the motion, what you have in front of you, and I don't mean to speak on behalf of David Lescoyer, and I asked to be able to speak to the extent that Mr. Van Scoyac moved what he had circulated last week, which I had a number of comments on. But what you have in front of you is what was voted on by the advisory committee, and the vote was 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstentions. And I can show you the markup from the original, but I will tell you that there is very little of the original article left. So this is actually a very substantial rewrite, and one that the petitioners are totally on board with. At least, again, I'm not going to speak for them. David can say that for you. This, what you see, came out of the school subcommittee after our second meeting. Ms. Brown and Mr. Lescoyer were involved. And so this is, again, what the advisory committee has accepted and liked. Yeah, there you go. Happy to answer any questions.
So Cliff, there was no reconsideration of that article, the advisory committee initial vote?
No.
No, okay. So it sounds like this is the one that I had prepared a draft rewrite of.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And Justin, would it be possible to enlarge it?
And I'll just note that David Lescoyer, the petitioner
Yes.
here, is in the.
Yes, you can, and David's been promoted as well.
Great.
Hello.
I could make a 3 or 4 minute statement. I would like to. Confirm what Cliff said. We had very productive meetings with the school subcommittee and brought it to the full advisory committee. And this is our motion. It represents, I think, what we were trying to do, but with the assistance of the school subcommittee, we were able to put it into a more credible and comprehensive terms. So here's what I wanted to say about this warrant article. And it touches on some of the things that I heard in the prior discussion about warrant article 32. And there is, I think, a lot of overlap between these. And I think Cliff also has said, that we should be focusing very much on this one because it has a broader view. It sets a direction and a path. So here's my statement. Conflict resolution, including in the budget, is in today's political climate, is an essential trait of good governance. This is fundamental for public confidence. This is actually taken from the Brookline Financial Advisory Committee, the last sentences of the conclusion. This is where the Financial Advisory Committee ended up in their 120-page report. Warrant Article 33 urges the Select Board, School Committee, and Advisory Committee to initiate financial and budget reviews, either through the Town School Partnership venue or by periodic summits that the Brookline Financial Advisory Committee has recommended. The warrant article urges recommendations be delivered to town meeting by August 2021. The consequences of the economic and fiscal setbacks now confronting us make these recommendations even more urgent and vital than they were when the BFAC report was issued in January. However, we can't let the COVID emergency become a distraction. This warrant article identifies 3 specific areas: a review of the town school partnership process, which has been in place since 1995, a review of the financial policies, beginning with the free cash waterfall, and a consideration of more effective, flexible, nimble budgeting that seeks to balance growing concerns about vulnerable residents with other operational and capital needs of the town. In a nutshell, this is the essence of this warrant article. We knew that before COVID emergency that the town already faced a growing backlog of capital projects, many overstressed department budgets, finance and analysis staff inadequacy falling behind as the size and complexity of the town's programs and budgets grow, increasing concern about meeting the town's long-term obligations, and a focus on the maintenance of prudent financial reserves. The future was already challenging before these new conditions hit us. The upshot of all of this, the focus of this warrant article, is that now is the time for action, working toward enhanced budgetary and financial best practices, including additional finance staffing for both the town and school department. Fostering collaboration between the periodic summits of BFAC that BFAC recommended. Enhancing confidence in our town government and fostering understood expectations about how Brookline will balance its budget and also continue to meet the public's expectations. Assuring that these expectations are met depends on good financial stewardship. So let's get this out of the shadows into the open. Among the many conclusions of BFAC, BFAC points out that for the town of Brookline, a more predictable tax increases are an ultimate goal for good financial stewardship. The town needs action and it needs it now. So I think what I'm hearing from you guys is what we are trying to address with this. And our original concern was that
after BVAC and all of the roadshow and all of their handing over of the recommendations to the town, we haven't heard too much more from it. And there is now the idea that town meeting members need financial training and all of that. So we wanted to really get it on the floor of town meeting, that this is time to launch the summits, and establish a better understanding of the financial, where we stand financially, and how we're going to address these many issues that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lot to digest.
I know, I can give it to you in writing. I have it.
Well, no, I mean, the new article is a lot to digest in terms of, you know, the changes and whether the changes, you know, are sufficient for some of it. So
I think going through John's comments, I think that a lot of it is really in Mike Toffel and Cliff Brown were very helpful to us in this. A lot of it is really coming from and based on statements that you can find in those 120 pages of the BFAC report. We didn't pull this out of the air. We weren't trying to throw stones at anyone. We're trying to be constructive, but we feel in our whereases that we need to put our finger on some of the issues facing the town now. And maybe it's not comfortable, but it wasn't our intention to have a feel good, necessarily all of the whereases to be feel good. It needs, we're urgently seeking action.
John, I'm sorry, Mr. Venskoyak.
No, that's okay. John's fine.
Well, I like to be formal.
Yeah. Okay, David and Cliff, two people who I respect so greatly for their work and for everything they've done for the town, and I enjoy working with them. I have a very different view when it comes to this particular article, and I hope to sort of get people to sort of appreciate why I went to the trouble of redrafting the article by just telling you a little bit about the history, as I understand it, of the advisory committee's vote on this. There was a meeting that ran extremely late. And by the end of the meeting, people were pretty worn out. And I think, you know, a sort of mood overcame them of, let's just get this done. And nobody was going to try to rewrite every paragraph, even if there were some that they disagreed with. And the end result was what seems to be a very substantial vote. What is it? 22 in favor? You know,
Unopposed, 2 abstentions.
So you know, by the light of day, you know, not having been at the advisory committee, not having been sort of watching the advisory committee meeting where all of this unfolded, I took a look at what they produced and the vote that it received, and my initial reaction was, did the advisory committee members who voted on this even read it? Because essentially it's an indictment of them. It's an indictment of us as the select board. It's an indictment of town meeting. And there are several paragraphs in it. And again, these are these whereas clauses that are so tricky because people don't pay much attention to them. That in so many words, tell the reader, since we don't really know what we're doing, and since we are pretty incompetent at producing budgets that reflect priorities of the people of the town, now take our word for it that if we pass this resolution, everything is going to be better. And I'll point to several whereas clauses and just ask people to think about them seriously. Part 3, whereas there is no evidence that town meeting members seek out or encourage in an established and formal way meaningful public input on budget priorities, despite having final say on the town's budget. If we're not seeking out here's my response. If we're not seeking out meaningful public input on budget priorities, then why are we having all of these advisory committee meetings, subcommittee meetings, public hearings at meetings of the select board? We have been doing nothing but seeking out meaningful public input on budget priorities. And yet we're going to pass a resolution that has a whereas clause that says there's no evidence that town meeting members seek out or encourage in an established or formal way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Next clause, whereas despite the existence of the town school partnership, there is no evidence that town of Brookline leaders, select board, school committee, advisory committee, and town meeting have a uniform understanding of the budgetary constraints, issues, and financial status of the town. So we're essentially telling people that when those bodies have their occasional town school partnership meetings, including representatives of the select board, school committee, advisory committee, and town meeting, that none of the people present have any idea what they're doing. They have no uniform understanding of the budgetary constraints, issues, and financial status of the town. We have those meetings for the purpose of getting information as to the financial status of the town and the budgetary constraints of the town. So I'll go on. The next paragraph, whereas neither the town nor the schools have demonstrated or created adequate and transparent mechanisms for evaluating and measuring the absolute and relative effectiveness and cost benefits of operating programs and capital investment decisions. We do that with every budget every year. And, you know, since when are we doing it despite knowing that we have no idea what we're doing, that we have no mechanisms for evaluating and measuring? I don't know why anyone would accept this indictment of their work and then go right back to spending 30 or 20 hours a week on a volunteer basis, sitting through advisory committee meetings and select board meetings and so on. So I just feel the sponsors of this, for whatever reason, got carried away with their passions. And I'm not going to go along with this indictment. I feel it's essentially saying, since I have no credibility, why don't you take my advice and pass this resolution? And I think the advisory committee, if they allow themselves to look at it not at close to midnight and to have a serious discussion of what these whereas clauses say, might in fact agree to a reconsideration of this and a redrafting of it.
Wow.
Can I talk now?
Who's that?
That's Cliff.
Oh, Cliff, yes.
Yeah, okay. And this is the reason I actually asked to be allowed to speak, because I got Mr. Van Scoyak's write-up last week, and I actually prepared a memo, about 1,200 words, going through each one of his points on a point-by-point basis. And I, couldn't disagree more with his characterizations first of the advisory committee discussion, not just the advisory committee, but the school subcommittee of the advisory committee, which is where this document was first presented. And then at full advisory, where it did have a discussion of a half an hour. Now, Mr. Van Scoyak is correct that some members wanted to table and come back and talk more about it. But without naming names, I can tell you that one of the folks on advisory, who was, I think, one of the more conservative people on advisory, made a comment. And by the way, the meeting was recorded, so you can go back and listen. You said you weren't there, but you could have gone back and listened to everything so you could hear what people say. One member basically said, again, extremely conservative guy, no one has any disagreement with anything in here, right? Which I actually was a little surprised at myself. One other person said, I read through this and I didn't find anything I disagreed with. And so I read through it again. And then they asked the question about participatory budgeting, which I will say, Mr. Van Scoyac, from your comments, I think you've misconstrued what participatory budgeting is, at least as it relates to what was being described here. So to have everyone on advisory who looked at this, and our subcommittee, which looked at it, and the chair and the vice chair before it went to advisory, and for people to essentially say, yeah, okay, that we don't have an issue with this, I think you're putting words in advisory's mouth. Now, with respect to some of your specific statements, the elimination of part 3, from my view, is really in direct conflict with conclusions reached by BFAC after extensive discussions with town staff, school staff, current and former select board staff members, current and former advisory committee members, members of numerous boards and commissions, town meeting members, and guess what? You, Mr. Van Scoyac, okay? The thrust of the whereas clauses lead to the discussion of participatory budgeting as is being suggested here, and reinforce the need for more transparency and the installation of budgetary practices and disciplines that would enable the town in the future to be more adept at making and explaining budget priorities and resource allocations. And if you think that we're transparent now, I just have to say that what we're hearing would suggest differently. It's not just frustration that people didn't have things happen the way they wanted last spring. It's that they felt that they didn't understand the process because they were told this is not the way you budget. So they just didn't understand how actually to get things through. And there's a good reason for that, because of the way the town operates, which is budgeting on the margin, okay? And I'll come back to that if I need to. That the AC holds budget meetings on line items has no relevance to the statement that town meeting members do not seek out or encourage in, quote, an established and formal manner input on budget priorities. At least if they do, I'm not aware of it. I know it doesn't happen in my precinct. Maybe it did in your precinct, where you're a town meeting member. But read the language carefully. And the advisory committee as a whole is not a proxy for town meeting members reaching out to their constituents. Nor does the AC use the department budgetary review process as a resource prioritization exercise. We don't do that. And so by extension, anyone coming to those meetings really isn't able to do that. You may find it, hold on, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And there are a number of precincts who do have those meetings to review the,
of the town meeting members themselves. So like we have town meeting member meetings. I'm just not aware of people holding meetings and asking their constituents to come. And it might happen, you're right, I could be ignorant of it. Now, I understand that your comment that you find it offensive that there's a statement that people don't have a good understanding of what's going on. But you might find it offensive, but it's a fact. There is not a uniform understanding of the budgetary constraints, issues, and financial status of the town among town leaders. That also was a clear finding of PFAC. It was acknowledged by everyone we spoke to, including yourself. It's a fact that should not be viewed as offensive. It should be viewed as an identified problem that needs to be rectified. If it were false, then we wouldn't need Article 28, which is the education article. If it were false, there would be no need for budget summits as called for in the resolve clauses and by BFAC. If it were false, some of the proposed changes to the town school partnership itself would not be necessary. And if it were false, then BFAC would not have had to write a great many of its recommendations. And on the town school partnership itself, remember that the select board asked BFAC to address the town school partnership. And one of the reasons they asked us to address it was because everyone agreed that that there was no uniform understanding, that there are aspects of the town school partnership that don't work the way they should, and that there are formulas that people don't understand how numbers are being created. That's just a fact. So it needs to be changed. It needs to be addressed. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've got more, and John, Mr. Van Swyck, happy to talk to you offline, but I will say that the people who abstained, 2 abstentions, felt there wasn't enough conversation. The person who voted no because they didn't understand participatory budgeting, which probably should have a bit of a conversation here, but everyone else voted yes. And I don't think they voted yes because they were tired. I think that is an offensive statement.
Okay, let's not. Okay. Okay, I don't think we can vote on this article tonight. Does anyone disagree with that?
I mean, I'd be fine to vote on it tonight, but also if you'd like to hold it, I won't stand in the way.
Yeah. Mr. Kleckner, do you have anything you want to add?
I'll just make a couple brief points. First of all, I do appreciate everyone's goodwill with this article. I lived through the BFAC report and the committee, and I think I accept a lot of things in the BFAC report. It was a very well done report, and we've spent a lot of time talking about it, and I think we've made some good priorities. I'm not a fan of these resolutions. I'll be honest with you. A 3-page resolution before town meeting just seems a little much for me. But I do want to say one thing. We talk about what's offensive. What I find offensive is somebody who says that the COVID-19 is a distraction. The COVID-19 is a worldwide pandemic that is causing hundreds of thousands of lives lost, and lives that are being changed in so many ways. It's not a distraction. It's what we're dealing with. And so, not to say that that's we shouldn't talk about anything else, or we shouldn't aspire to do better budgeting and education, but that really, I have to say, that one bothered me.
Okay, so we'll take this up next week, and hopefully everyone will read through it, try to understand that, and decide whether there's any evidence that we're not paying attention or whatever. So let's go to the hearing on warrant articles, beginning with warrant article, what are we talking about? Warrant article 10, right? Boards and commissions. I'm sorry, warrant article 11. Excuse me, I'm reading the wrong materials here. Warrant article 2 is what I'm looking for.
Yes,
okay,
item 11 on our agenda, but article 2 is the first article for a public hearing.
Yeah, okay, I apologize. I have paper everywhere.
I will point out that there have been several people waiting to speak on warrant articles 9, 10, and 11 that were originally scheduled for 7. You can see them in the chat. So if you want
short-term rentals, yeah,
acknowledge them and at least tell them how far we are from when they will have the opportunity to speak on those.
Okay, I think we should be getting to those fairly soon, because collective bargaining should not be a long discussion. And affordable housing zoning bylaw, at least in my opinion, is fairly straightforward. So, and that's the best we can do. 7:41, we are late, but that's life in this town. So, Ms. Braga, would you like to, or make the presentation on warrant Article 2?
Sure. My name is Ann Braga. I'm the HR director for the town of Brookline. We also have on the call is and available for discussion is Michael Downey from Town Council's office. He was our lead for the town's side for collective bargaining negotiations with the police union. I did send to you earlier this evening both the fully executed memorandum of agreement for fiscal 20 as well as the cover memo. I can share the screen if you would like to do that as we review it, or I can just orally walk through it.
I want to just orally walk through it, Ann.
Okay. So the 1-year collective bargaining agreement with the Boston Police Union, or the Brookline Police Union, sorry, calls for a 2.5% increase effective July 1st, 2019. And the members of the union did ratify this agreement in a vote on Friday last week. So that was successful. Upon ratification by the membership and appropriation by the town. So should this go to town meeting in November and receive favorable action, what this calls for, the MOA calls for the fact that the union has committed that they have a grant of authority for the town to implement the deployment of body cameras, dash cameras, and GPS for bargaining unit officers. That is the first step on the way of developing the terms and conditions or the policies and procedures for what these programs will look like. And that would be done in the next collective bargaining agreement, which would be for fiscal 21 and forward. And this is an important thing that we got for a 2.5% increase, because what it says is that the union says that these things are no longer up for debate or discussion as far as the town implementing them. What it does leave left to do is what the particulars are going to look like. And the particulars will be informed by the reimagining and the reform committees, the surveillance committee, and public opinion as well on what the components of these programs will look like as we move forward, assuming a successful town meeting vote in November. And we can take whatever questions you have. The total cost for the 1 year of the agreement is $314,890.
Okay, any questions? Discussion? Okay, well, I'm glad that we have this body camera behind us to a significant degree. Mr. John Skoyak?
Just for the record, can we have what the vote of the union was on this?
I know that it was a majority vote. I don't have the specific numbers. I don't know if Michael Downey has them.
I was informed, not officially. I didn't get like the exact count, but I was informed that it passed by 8 votes.
Thank you.
And out of how many members of the committee of the union?
I want to say 120 to 130. I don't know the exact number.
Okay, any other discussion?
Bernard, just to let you know, someone did say they wanted to speak regarding this warrant article.
Right, we'll open up to the hearing in just a second. Any other discussion from the board? Okay, Mr. Justin, open it up for discussion. This is a public hearing on warrant article 2, and it will take public input on this right now.
Right, Bonnie Bastion's been promoted.
Hi, Bonnie Bastion, town meeting member, precinct 5. I wonder if there's anything that would not require coming to the bargaining table for the police union. Why do we need to pay police officers more money to add a level of accountability? Even though body cams aren't going to stop police violence, there are many Black and people of color in Brookline that want these in place as a measure of accountability should something happen. It seems offensive that the police union would require a pay raise in order to agree to this community-led measure of accountability that many consider a baseline necessity. And I'm willing to bet most people here would say that this is just the way the police unions work, but I think that we can't allow that to be the case any longer. We need to shed light on this. Everyone needs to take notice of these deals being forced by the police union in order to have tools to hold police officers accountable. I wish the town would compel the Brookline Police Union to adopt an accountability measure because it's the right thing to do. And perhaps you tried, but these things are just so frustrating. That's my comment.
Mr. Downey, could you go over the procedures or the legal stuff related to negotiation of matters like this?
Well, in terms
you know,
of
our ability to sort of ram it down, without.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, I would say, I mean, not even from a legal perspective in terms of the negotiations, that across the board, you have, the police union's not the only union in the town of Brookline, and not the only union, working for municipalities and cities across the state or country. That, within the town of Brookline, there's a AFSCME bargaining unit, which represents the DPW workers for the most part and other town staff. There's a, on the school side, there's a teachers union, there's a paraprofessionals union. And if you look across the board on for all of those contracts or their memorandums of agreement, they all typically or all have a standard kind of cost of living adjustment or increase in terms of pay. So this, the 2.5% for the police union is not really off base with respect to the rest of the bargaining units in what they receive. But there is, on the legal end of the negotiations, there is a requirement that the employer bargain with the union over terms and conditions of the collective bargaining agreement. And just one of those items happens to be the cost of living increase. But this is no different. Like I just said, this is no different than what other bargaining units are getting within the town and what other bargaining units receive across the state. The annual cost of living increases is a typical item on the table.
But as a counterweight to this particular item seems particularly offensive. And I'm not in doubt that this is the way it goes and that this is normal.
Yeah, I mean, I think just what I'm saying in response to that is that I don't see it really that we gave anything more in terms of finances for the language we received in terms of the body cameras, dash cameras, and GPS, the three items that are on the table.
Yeah, and the town believes in collective bargaining and believes in unions, even the police union. So the results of that process can't be offensive.
They can, though. They can be offensive.
I mean, I think it could be offensive if, for we're, 10% for the annual cost of living increase, let's say. But
well,
yeah.
In this document is the body cams as an agreement following this cost of living increase. They are tied together, correct?
They are, but what I'm trying to say is if you look across the board, if you look on, I think on the town site, they have all of the MOAs for all of the collective bargaining units or the bargaining units within the town. If you look at all of the MOAs, you're going to see a cost of living increase for every single MOA and for every single year within that MOA. So this is no different than what you'd see for DPW. This is no different than what you see for paraprofessionals, for school teachers. It's no different.
So at no point would, and this is for my information, I'm not.
Yeah, no, that's fair, yeah.
At no point would a police union, and I'm speaking particularly about police unions because this is a very particular context in this political climate. Is it true that at no point would a police union agree to anything without having a quid pro quo? a pay increase or whatever.
I don't want to speak on behalf of the union, but I wouldn't
Is
suppose that would happen. Yeah.
And
Ms. Hamilton?
we're 51 minutes behind schedule. We said
Okay.
that these two things were going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, straightforward. I mean, yeah, let's move on unless you have something that, important to say in addition. Okay. So any further discussion from the board or any other comments from the audience?
Yeah, Bernard, there was one other individual who wanted to make a comment.
Okay.
Ryan Black's being promoted.
Okay.
Well, I actually withdrew my question, but I guess I'll speak anyway since I'm here. But yeah, I mean, I guess I just share a lot of the concerns that Bonnie Bastian does in terms of just it's hard not to see this memorandum as essentially we're giving the police officers, the police union, a pay increase in exchange for the body cams. I guess this just seems like like Bonnie said, this is a baseline level of accountability. You would think if they're cooperating in good faith with us, they would just anyway. Yeah, I'm thinking ahead towards whatever sorts of proposals come out of the reimagining, bodies, on policing. What's the plan there ultimately? Are we the town gonna have to run every single one of these proposals by the police union? Should we even want to implement it? When and where or in what context does the police union have a say in these matters? It's is the ultimate say always with the police union, or can the town just do things if there's enough public desire to do something and there's a consensus in the select board to do something, but police union says no, is that just the end of the matter?
Okay. Mr. Downey, could you explain the requirements to negotiate conditions of employment? And they apply, am I not right, to any union, whether it's the Teamsters or AFSCME or the police union.
And maybe a good example would be if this agreement had not been approved by the union, like it has been, what would have been our recourse?
Right.
So the answer to the first question is yes, we do have, when it affects a term and condition of employment, there is an obligation on the employer to negotiate with the union those terms and conditions that are going to impact or affect their working conditions. And so, and yes, it does apply to all unions. It's a state law that employers or public employers must follow and must comply with. And it does apply to not just police unions, but to the other unions that I had mentioned before. And with respect to if we were not, select board didn't vote in favor of the MOA, or if the police union did not vote in favor of the MOA as they ratified the contract, it makes it more difficult. And what it essentially does is requires the parties to go back to the bargaining table to reach an agreement. And it would take into consideration the reasons why either side did not vote in favor of the MOA, and try to, the parties would try to work out a compromise, I guess, but it would make the situation more difficult. Whereas here, we do have a commitment, we do have an agreement, and hopefully we can get town meeting support for that.
Okay, Mr. Kleckner, but first, I think the context is Massachusetts, unlike some states, is a pro-union state. We have a collective bargaining statute that applies even to municipalities. And that's the context within which a lot of these issues are being discussed. Mr. Kleckner?
I just wanted to mention that in Massachusetts, there's an additional burden for municipalities who bargain with police and fire unions, and that is an state entity called the Joint Labor Management Committee. And in cases where there is disputes or impasses, that dispute goes to the state body, which effectively arbitrates the decision. Now, a town meeting or city council is not necessarily bound to that, but there is a third party who will make the decision. And I think it's fair to say that we feel that Joint Labor Management Committee process is not generally in the interest of the municipality.
Okay, any further discussion? Anyone else in the queue? Ms. Braga, sorry.
Just following up on Mel's comment is understanding that if we end up with a lack of agreement or a lack of funding of an agreement, it will take longer. And ultimately, as Mel said, it could end up before the JLMC, and that takes a year to 2 years. And also they could find against what we're looking for. And if we have an agreement for what we're looking for right now, which is sort of the shortest path to get to active implementation of body cameras and GPS and dash cams, that we take that opportunity because the MOA, should it be reviewed by the JLMC, will show that the parties agreed. So if there were to be a stalemate or an impasse of some kind in the next phase of bargaining, that does put us in a significantly better position with the JLMC to get a decision that yes, these programs can be implemented. And we haven't seen that come out of JLMC today on a lot of the arbitrations. So it is an important step, and it may not be seen as fast enough for many, and that's understood, but it is probably our best step forward and our best opportunity to move to implement these as soon as practicable.
Okay, any further discussion? Is there anyone else in the queue, Justin?
No one else has indicated they want to speak.
Any further discussion from the board? Mr. Fernandez.
Sure. I'll just note that I don't want to move forward on body cams as fast as practicable. There's still there's a committee and a task force doing its work that at the soonest, well, maybe work will be done sooner than that, but we're expected to produce reports in February. And I just I for one want to see the results of that work before we actually roll out any body cams, even if there's an agreement much sooner than that. I think we need to see the results of that work before we do anything. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yep.
And that's being taken into effect with this stepped process, this measured process, because we won't have an agreement on these 3 initiatives anywhere close to February, in my estimation, because there's a lot of details to work out and a lot of input to get. So
right, yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next warrant article, unless there's any further discussion. Affordable Housing Zoning Bylaw. Roger Blood, I see he's here. Please give us a summary of this warrant article, which I've represented as being relatively straightforward. So don't make me out to be a liar.
Thank you. Good evening. Roger Blood, Chair of the Town's Housing Advisory Board. This article is Article 7 is the second of 4 steps beginning when the HAB undertook a series of meetings and public process to review and strengthen the town's inclusionary zoning bylaw, including an eye toward seeking greater resources for the Housing Trust Fund. We completed the first step, which is receiving approval from the Planning Board to increase fee structures under the existing bylaw. This is the second step, which will do several things, but it'll expand the base and the opportunity to make more projects eligible or requiring of an affordable housing commitment, and then the basis for us to return to the Planning Board within a broader framework and receive some further fee increases in a broader based schedule. That would be the third step. The last step, we will be coming back with a second warrant article, we hope in the spring, which will address some broader issues. That's going to take some further public process, including the way the town negotiates on large projects, the fee arrangements and aligning our bylaw further in line with the state programs. So what is this? This bylaw does specifically 4 things. It increases the upper income limit for owner-occupied inclusionary zoning housing that's provided. Up until now, owner-occupied and rental affordable housing has been treated identically under the bylaw, and affordable housing professionals almost entirely believe that the range of incomes that are suitable for owner-occupant affordable housing should be somewhat higher, both at the low end and the high end than rental housing, which involves people with very low incomes at the lower end and not suitable, not for the requirements of ownership. So we're proposing to increase the top end for owner occupied only from 100% to 120 of area median income, while leaving the rental limit at 100%. The second and more significant perhaps element of this bylaw is that at present the smallest project that triggers an affordable housing obligation is 6 units. Anything less than 6 units gets a free pass. While that is among the lowest of the bylaws that we've had occasion and to look at, we are proposing to reduce that lower threshold from 6 to 4 unit projects. There's a lot of activity at that lower end of the market where there is the opportunity to at least collect some further affordable fees for the Affordable Housing Trust. In addition, something that's significant, where there's a lot of activity down there at the lower end, the smallest projects, we are also going to now include for the first time projects as small as 4 units, but also where there's as few as 1 net new increased unit within a 4-unit project. And that would include, for example, a 3-decker with 3 units and a 4th unit being put in the basement. So that wouldn't be triggering an obligation except under this bylaw. We are also expanding the range where there is a cash option and a fee structure for the Affordable Housing Trust. It's presently 6 to 15 units, and this would be expanded at both ends from 4, as I mentioned, up to 19 units. There is a widespread understanding that we have far less resources in the Housing Trust at the moment. $3.5 million is roughly the unencumbered figure. And we can see more than one project coming in the foreseeable future, including Kent Station Street and Hebrew Senior Life over on Center Street, where we're going to need more than that in the near term. Those are the essential high points. We started with a conceptual approach, then we put forward some specifics. Using the trust, we retained for a modest fee Pam McKinney, the real estate financial consultant for the town. She built models and did some analysis and validated what the HAB felt like it wanted to do, but we didn't want to overreach, because if we were to seek too much on these projects, we could kill the golden goose by making good, potentially affordable inclusionary zoning projects infeasible. So that's hopefully a short enough but complete enough version to know what we're doing and why we're asking for your favorable vote on this.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Fernandez.
Sure. Mr. Blood, thanks for being with us. A question, have you done a look back to see if this was in place over the last, I don't know, X number of years, how many more units you think would have been created if we had this update to the bylaw in place, or how much more money would be in the trust fund?
It would be primarily on the funding. The units, unit count would probably not be all that different, although going forward, we're hoping to have the units serve lower incomes. we didn't go back on a specific basis in the sense that you're asking, although the fee structure that we put in place is one across the board, 1/3 higher than it would have been otherwise. So the increased revenue would have been more than 1/3 higher because of our expanding the base. I don't have a specific figure for you on that.
I just appreciate what you're doing here. You know, and I certainly am one of those board members that like to encourage the HAB to continue to do even more. I know you mentioned another possible warrant article coming our way in the future. Just encourage the HAB to do even more in this space. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, this is a public hearing. Justin, anything in the queue? Anyone in the queue?
Bernard, no one has indicated that they want to speak regarding this warrant article.
Okay, let's close the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Blood. By the way, does the board is the board ready to vote on this and on warrant article 2? We didn't raise that possibility earlier. Does anyone not want to vote on warrant article 2 or this article?
I will just say that on warrant article 2, based on our previous vote out of executive session, you might want Nancy here for that vote.
Okay.
If you want to move that forward. I don't know how the vote's going to shake out this time around, but you might want Nancy here for that one.
Okay. So let's put that off. But let's try one or try to vote out warrant article 7. At least get one off the table. Anyone object? Okay, then I move favorable action on warrant article 7. All in favor? Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. One less to deal with. Okay, thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
Next, we're at the short-term rental warrant articles 9, 10, and 11, which we'll deal with together. I see Polly Selko is ready to talk to us. Justin, could you promote her?
Yeah, Polly's promoted. Polly, you can unmute your mic here. There you go. I can hear you.
And in order to, good evening, let me start my video. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I'm Polly Selko. I'm the Assistant Director of Regulatory Planning. And I'm here to speak to you about Article 9, short-term rentals. And actually, it was the Select Board that submitted this article to town meeting. And I'm going to put up 2 slides. One is just a very quick review of the 3 different types of short-term rentals that were proposed. And the second slide is going to show some significant revisions that were suggested by the Planning and Regulatory Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee. So let me see if I can put this up now. First I have to go click on share. I haven't done this before, but I'm clicking on share screen and then.
Share screen, Polly, and you should be all set.
Okay, and now I'm going to click on what I want to share. Hopefully that works. There. Okay, great.
Polly, your screen's not sharing. Give me a second. Let me look at what you said and I'll put it up.
You can't see this? You can't see my screen with the different regulations?
No, you can't.
Nope, give me a second.
All right, so I'll let you put it up. I was hoping to do it.
Let me know when you want to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Well, there were 3 types of short-term rentals. And first of all, a short-term rental is a rental that's under 31 days. If it's over 31 days, it's considered a regular rental. There was a room share unit rental, which means that a room for rent in the operator's primary residence where the operator is present during the rental. And actually, this has been changed that the operator has to actually be the owner, but we'll get to that later. The occupancy would be limited to 4 guests. So that would be a room share. A home share, you would rent your whole home or whole unit. And the operator is not present at that time. And the occupancy would be limited to 6 guests. And then you have a 2-family where a unit, the operator is in one unit and the other unit is rented on a short-term basis and not permitted to professionally manage units. That would be units where one person has bought up a whole apartment building or several buildings, and they are just in this for renting out short-term rentals. And if I could see the other slide, I will, thank you. So both the Planning and Regulatory Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee and the Planning Board are recommending significant changes to this article. And they are simplifying it. And basically they're saying that you can't have a short-term rental unless the owner is present. The feeling is that if the owner is present, the owner is there to deal with any problems, and the owner is likely keeping watch over everything. So that would mean that the other 2 categories really are eliminated. You couldn't just rent out your home or unit and leave for vacation for the weekend and just let someone else stay there, because you would have to be present. They did add a limit that you could only rent up to 2 rooms and have a maximum of 4 guests. So number 2 says the elimination of home share units and the elimination of owner adjacent units because the owner is not present. And again, they will require that all operators be the owners. And then, as you know, there's also operational requirements in the town bylaw, not the zoning bylaw. And one of the things is, of course, that the condominium association has to have agreed to allow short-term rentals in their apartment building. The thought was that for small units, let's say a 4-unit condominium building, that all owners should have to agree to allowing short-term rentals. And this is just because for most people who bought a unit, they expect, to have the owners there and not necessarily to have short-term rental guests.
Polly, can I interrupt a second? Maybe I'm confused here. So we're eliminating owner adjacent units?
Correct.
Okay, so the only thing we're allowing is room share. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Wow.
Now remember, a room share could be in someone's house or could be in an apartment building or condominium building.
Okay, so you're also saying that the owner has to be in not the building, but the unit that's being rented.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Then it was thought that there is not enough notification really to the public about what would be going on. And so in the town bylaw, it was added that within 14 days of someone getting a certificate to do a room share, that there would be notifications to abutters within 300 feet, and that would be sent out by the select board office. There also had been a regulation that with 3 violations, an owner would lose their short-term rental certification. However, what was added was that before any recertification, the select board would have to hold a public hearing so that, the public could come and speak about that. And then lastly, again, for more notification, the town would have to publish on the website, on the town website, the active short-term rental certificates of registration, maybe their numbers of registration. So you can see that with the advisory committee, subcommittee, and the planning board are both recommending favorable action on a very significantly changed zoning bylaw. However, it is a zoning bylaw that your board submitted. Therefore, you would have to agree to this and decide yourselves what you want to recommend. And I'm happy to answer any questions because I know it's a complicated subject and I tried to keep it brief.
It is. Thank you. Any questions from the select board? Well, I'll start out by saying if one of the concerns, well, if you're requiring that the owner be present because this gives them some incentive to keep things under control and prevent problems, why would you not want a home share unit to be allowed? Or why wouldn't you allow a home share unit where the owner is present in an adjacent unit and has incentive to keep things under control, but doesn't have to have strangers in their own unit, their own house?
Well, I think that's certainly a policy issue. And I think that the two boards felt that we should go slow, that could be added at a later date, and that we should start off with this. But again, that's, policy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's just my opinion. Okay, any other discussion from the board? Mr. Vanscoya.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments and invite Polly to respond or not to respond, whatever she feels like doing. As I see it, the problem that we're faced with and that these changes attempt to address is that we have not had legal status for Airbnb units in the town, and yet there are Airbnb units in the town, and we actually collect a pretty significant number, a significant amount of revenue from them. And so, the decision is made, well, this is not a tenable situation, to have them in the town, but not legally in the town. So how would we create a legal regime, a legal approach that would now allow us to somehow have the Airbnb units that are not going to upset and disturb the peace of neighborhoods or buildings, and get rid of the ones that maybe are offensive. And in pursuing that goal, excuse me, we're faced with two realities. And one reality is that the approach that actually allows the greatest flexibility to the town in addressing complaints against an Airbnb unit is what we have now. Because since they're illegal, if an Airbnb unit in a building or on a street in a neighborhood ends up creating a nuisance, it's illegal, and the neighbors can complain to the town and the town can shut it down. Once we find ways to make units legal, we have to decide which kind of units do we want and which kind of units do we not want. And then we have to essentially go out and start going after the ones that we don't want. And that's going to require us to hire more people. And it's going to consume a lot of time in terms of doing inspections, checking up on people, and pursuing, shutting down units that do not comply with whatever regime we set up. And then the net result of that is that we start losing revenue from the undesirable units that we have shut down, or the units that are deemed undesirable, but actually exist right now without anybody complaining against them. And that's going to cost us revenue. So we have, we have essentially walked into a situation in which we are making it more complicated for us to enforce and requiring us to spend more money and hire more people. And at the same time, we are impacting our revenues from these Airbnb units negatively. And I just come full circle back to how is that better than what we have now, which actually, results in a fair number of units out there in the town. Any one of them could be shut down at any time if they cause offense. And in the meantime, we collect a pretty nice revenue stream from them. So I come back to, seems to me we're better off the way we are, ironically, since where we are is without regulation, but maybe that just works better.
Mr. Selko, how do you respond?
Did you say you want me to respond, or you're asking the board?
Oh, no, I'm asking if you have any response to, that direct.
In sitting through many of the board meetings, I've heard all different points of view. And I think that your point of view is a valid point of view. You're making one assumption that I'm not sure was really discussed, is if we make some of these legal, even in a restricted way, I don't know that we've discussed then going after the other ones that aren't legal. Maybe that's implicit, but it wasn't overtly discussed. The other thing I just wanted to mention, Bernard, I did remember why the adjacent units with the two families, that people also said that it would take away from the affordable housing supply, because the units could be rented 180 up to 180 days a year, and that otherwise that unit could be rented out.
Could be, but probably won't. I mean, is there any indication that those units would be affordable? I mean, how would they be affordable?
Well, I don't think people are saying that so much that they'd be affordable, is just that it would increase the supply of housing, which in the end would make things more affordable.
That's
That's a thing people say with no evidence.
right.
I've got thoughts, but I'm interested to hear. I think there may be members of the public that want to comment.
Okay, anything else from the board? Why don't you make your comment now before we open up to the public?
Sure. Well,
you don't have to, but
no, I think I'll wait, because I think there are so many items in these sort of the amended regulations that are there. I'm curious to hear what other people think about them, because I'm still trying to wrap my mind around all those changes.
Okay. Mr. Casanova Davis, who's in the queue? I'm sure there are plenty of people.
You are correct, Bernard. There are a few. I've promoted Carol Capper. There are a few signed up in advance, so we'll be going in order. Carol, you've been promoted. You can unmute your mic and share your video if you're comfortable.
Yeah, is it unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
I don't know how to do the video. Is that
fine?
Oh, I see. Start video. Did that do it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now
All
move
right.
your screen down so we can see you, not just your. Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I live in a 3-unit condo in North Brookline, in which an owner, one of the 3 owners, ran an illegal Airbnb without ever mentioning anything to me or asking if that would be okay or anything. And it took me a while to even figure it out, when there were streams of people coming up the stairs past my 2nd floor unit. But I did finally figure it out, and it was extraordinarily disruptive. That's how I figured it out. I mean, there was a lot of, we have narrow halls. It's a older brownstone. It was meant, it was built in another time. There's no noise insulation. It was meant for, just a few families. and where everybody knows each other. And that's the way it has been until this situation occurred. So I want to support the amended warrants that are put forward tonight, and especially the one which asks that in a building with 4 or fewer units, that each owner is required to agree to that. And that's because, especially with something like 3 units where for the most part, we're supposed to have unanimous agreement, that is hard to come by. And the condo docs were not written at a time when this would have been a discussion and would have been agreed upon. And it does create a tremendous intrusion on a small living space. Immediately when I found out, I had to call up my insurance agent. I found out that no, we would not be insured if something happened. If there was an Airbnb running in the unit, I had to take care of, and I was worried about that. There was some time lapse. I did talk to the town. Joe Braga was very helpful in shutting it down, but it took a few months, and he was completely under, there just weren't enough people, and I'm only 1 unit, and it took several months. The person appealed, there were legal matters and things like that. So in the meantime, I had to get a new insurer at higher cost, less coverage. The utilities in our building are shared. The water, it cannot be separated without a much greater expense of separate sort of unit meters. So, if you're running an Airbnb, that's a big issue. And in addition, especially during the COVID crisis, we don't have that kind of sanitation going on in the hallways, which are very narrow. There's not very good ventilation. There's no, way of taking the air in and getting the air out. It's just not made for this sort of situation. I think probably the most important thing, though, was the intrusion on my privacy and quality of life. And in that situation, anyone that came to this Airbnb that was upstairs walked within like a foot. I mean, it's like there was a very narrow little landing in front of my door, and you could hear everything, baggage and all, and it drove my dog crazy. Every time a stranger would come in, and that was all the time. That was like every 2 days, 2 more people throughout, almost without stopping. I want to stress that the integrity of the building depends on people who who you can count on. My husband has Parkinson's and recently is being treated for cancer. I cannot tell you how important it has been to have these wonderful 4 young women who have rented the downstairs unit as long-term renters for years. And every single day, one of them calls me up, texts me, I should say, because she's young. She texts me and she says, "Is everything all right? Is there anything you need?" Every day. There are other neighbors in adjoining buildings that have put forth assistance too. And that's invaluable. That doesn't come with a short-term rental. What you get in short-term rentals are people who are in the way, who are making noise, who, my husband fell downstairs and, the girls were right out there. They called 911. These things support a quality of life. And frankly, having a peaceful and stable atmosphere in the condo is what we bought it for. That's why we went for a small condo rather than a 20-unit building, which we had been in, so that we had more of a sense of home life. And that is important to my husband's healing as well. And I would, so this is what I'm advocating
Yeah.
for.
Thank you. And I think one thing I appreciate from your comments that I think people should take into consideration is that the situation she's describing is presumably stopped with the registration and certification process at the beginning, instead of her having to go through weeks and months of complaining and getting the town to act to deal with the situation. I mean, is that not a correct way of looking at it, Ms. Selko?
Well, unfortunately, it may not be the correct way because they might have done it anyway without the registration.
Right.
But
Well, at least then
I do think the registration will help because it'll be very clear cut, and especially the rule that everybody in the condo has to agree to this. And I think it's very easy.
That is the most important thing.
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah, but having a clear red line rule enables this woman to deal with the situation instead of very probably uncomfortable process of filing a complaint and getting into a fight with people upstairs. So, thank you, Mr. Casanova Davis. Anna Albuquerque is next. It looks like.
Yes, Anna, you've been promoted. You can unmute yourself.
So thank you. Good evening, dear select board members. I'm speaking with regards to warrants articles 9, 10, and 11. I am a town meeting member from Precinct 1, and I also lived in a 1910 3-unit building for the last 15 years, similar to Carol's building. Because our building is quite old, it does not have good sound insulation. For example, I can hear my neighbors walk from room to room or go upstairs or downstairs. I also know when they have people over because I can hear them quite clearly. In addition, as Carol mentioned, utilities are a shared expense. This means that we pay for a total amount and then we just divide it amongst the 3 units, regardless of the individual usage. Our building was not meant to house a business. So if one of the units were to run a short-term rental business, then not only would the amount of noise significantly increase, but so would utility bill have associated with the frequent washing of linens, bath towels, you name it, at everyone's expenses. Airbnb-like businesses are new and did not exist in 1910 when the building was built. As a result, the associated condo documents do not have rules in place to regulate potential short-term rental business operations. Thus, it is very important that the town requires that all condo unit owners, all unanimously, have to agree to allow such a business to operate. As you can imagine, it is very hard for condo units to reach decisions. So just yet, we had a condo meeting where one of the unit owners fully opposed to allow each unit to have the right of a roof deck. So it can be very hard to reach amenable decisions, even in small condo units. And my next point is regards to Carol. I've heard from constituents that live on my street that have suffered tremendous disruptions from having an Airbnb being operated in their building. The complaints, as I mentioned, usually involve noise of bags going up and down the stairs, increase in utilities as well as insurance bills, the lost sense of community from having a short-term rental being converted into, or a long-term rental being converted into short-term rentals, the larger amount of garbage, issues with parking. We have someone just parking one of our parking spots because people are learning where to park. Concerns for safety associated with not knowing who is going in and out of their condo building, and now also exposure to COVID. And These neighbors have their units as their investment for retirement and worry about the potential decrease in value of their property due to the existence of a business in their condo. You know, as a result of that, people are less willing to pay for a unit if they know that there is a business being run out from that condo building. So I urge you to oppose short-term rental businesses in residential zones. But if you must not oppose them, then I urge you to please vote positive actions on the amendment warrant articles put forward by the Planning and Regulation Subcommittee. Thank
Okay, great. Thank you. We have a lot of people who want to speak on this issue and then later warrant articles. So I'd like people to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Justin, can you let people know when they're running up against that timeline?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So Julia Malkin.
Hello, everyone. I very much appreciate your willingness at 8:37 in the evening to listen to me. I will try to be brief. I will read the letter which me and my neighbor upstairs, Melissa, have submitted to the select board today. My name is Julia Malkin. I live at 640 Washington Street in Brookline. It's a brownstone building, 3 floors. We live on the 2nd floor. Melissa, my neighbor who wrote the letter, which I will read to you, lives upstairs. She has 2 children. We have 1 daughter. She went to Brookline schools. We've lived here for 20 years. Right next door to us, there's a 4 to 5 unit multi-unit Airbnb operation, which has been going on since 2016. And it is active now as of last week. Enforcement is non-existent. I must say that Mr. Skoyak mentioned that enforcement for illegal units is possible. I have complained to my precinct representatives multiple times. I have copies of my emails written to Mr. Bennett at the building department. I have met with Mr. Panak from the planning board. I have shown them the evidence. The units have never been closed. They are in operation now. So I will read the letter which we wrote to share with you what the experience is. Dear Brookline Select Board, as longtime residents of Washington Street in Brookline, we are writing to express our strong opposition to short-term rentals in town. We would like to share our adverse experiences as neighbors of a busy and lucrative STR operation. And we would like to state that the town is unwilling so far and unable so far to enforce the rules for the past 3 years. We're concerned that once the town begins to officially allow short-term rentals on a limited basis, the rules will continue to be overlooked, and the situation will become similarly untenable for many other tax-paying, rule-abiding residents like me, or like
You have
my
30 seconds left.
At the hearing, we knew that there are 400 short-term rentals in town. Since 2016, there has been an STR operation legally yet actively running at 636 Washington, which is run by Stars of Boston. There's frequent coming and going of guests. There's a lot of trash. We cannot park in front of our building. We have called the parking division and police department multiple times to inquire about the cars which are parked overnight. We have evidence from Airbnb comments that Stars of Boston is paying tickets for them. And
You have reached 3 minutes, ma'am.
I have what?
You've reached 3 minutes.
Your time, but try to conclude and make sure that we have a copy of your letter because it seems to go into a lot of detail on specifics, by specific detail.
We hope that you will enforce the rules. And we are interested in knowing how the enforcement will work. We're asking for accountability, and we ask you to please vote positive action on the amended warrant articles put forward by the Planning and Regulation Subcommittee, because this would allow the STARS conglomerate to stop running these units. All 5 units are owned by the same lawyer in town and real estate owner, and it's impossible to fight him so far.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Marsha Lampson's been promoted. Marsha, you can unmute yourself and share your video if you're comfortable. Marsha, I'm gonna ask you to unmute. Not there, we can move on.
Yes, here I am.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, I'd like to begin with a few comments about the explanations which were included by the planning department with Articles 9, 10, and 11. They present a picture of a town widely supporting STRs. This is misleading. Only supporters of legalizing short-term rentals were interviewed and surveyed. Negative input was disregarded. There's no indication that effort was made to solicit responses from residents who do not have a financial interest in this legalization. Anyway, the need to control illegal and troublesome short-term rentals has been around a while. It has finally brought us Article 9, the rezoning bylaw, which instead of closing down these home businesses and creating penalties for those who continue to operate, legalizes them and likely increases their number. Article 9 is really a sweeping change to the zoning bylaw. I hope people realize this. It allows short-term rentals to operate on every Brookline street. Any owner occupant may be certified to become an operator. Any owner occupant. The number of new operators cannot be projected, nor can the consequences be predicted. This zoning change is an irrevocable experiment in which citizens are the subject. Effects upon our living environments are unknown and unpredictable. The positive outcomes are reserved for the operators. Those of us who live in densely populated streets and multi-family houses, and those living in apartment and condo buildings without restrictive agreements, will bear any negative results to a greater degree than the owners of single-family homes. On my short block, 12 two-family houses are each separated by only a driveway. 7 owners will qualify to receive certificates will qualify to receive certificates to operate a short-term rental in their homes. Residents on either side of my house could qualify to have up to 4 customers each coming and going at any time of night or day, 90 days or 45 weekends a year.
You have 30 seconds.
What? This is not an equal opportunity zoning change. Potentially negative consequences will be borne unequally. The regulations, Article 10, is intended to make Article 9 acceptable. It seeks to appease non-supporters with a lengthy list addressing issues like transients, trash, car doors slamming at any time, suitcases bumping down hallways. These are human impositions which cannot be enforced. Quality of life is at stake. Whatever occurs at your neighbor's short-term rental occurs. Abutters are not predicted. Since my time is short, I'd have a couple questions. Will my house become less valuable if there's an STR next door? What if there are two? Will I get to pay lower real estate taxes? There is no way that the state rooms tax, which Brookline receives, can compensate to residents. Passage 9 creates untoward effects in their living environments. Should we be rezoning this entire town for the benefit of a few people?
Your time's up.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Pelkey is going to be promoted. She's next.
Okay, Linda.
Hello, good evening. Linda Olson-Pelkey, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2. I very much appreciate the speakers who preceded me and agree with very many of their points. I just would like to try to answer Bernard's question, and I hope this doesn't count on my time, because the issue of the owner adjacent units was explained that an operator who is not living there in that unit would place a dummy leaseor, and that leaseor would become the operator, and they could therefore operate it almost as a professionally run business. And it's a way of gaming the system that we had a concern about. And you should talk to Paul Warren about that if you still have a question. So
do we allow lessees to be considered?
Well, not in the pared down one, but in the original proposal, they were.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I'd like to just take a step back and reflect on the fact that when we all purchased our homes and condominiums, we had a certain expectation of peace and quiet and the quiet enjoyment of our homes. This completely upends that. This is putting businesses next door to people in their homes, and it's just potentially extremely damaging. So we heard that the owners who live in small condo buildings, the proposal has now been amended to say that everyone has to agree. Well, that's not the case for larger buildings, and we still have the same problem. And if it is necessary for a condominium to amend their documents to try to keep these out of them, they may or may not be successful. And this is incredibly onerous in terms of hiring lawyers and persuading the other members of your condo to agree that we should ban these. Some may wish to do it, then they'll never agree. And you're really putting them in a very difficult position. All of the 9,000 some condominiums in this community. We have an incredibly complex and you could, when you read it, robust regulatory scheme figured out. However, we do not have the personnel or the manpower or the wherewithal to do any of it. We've heard that even getting the enforcement on existing illegal units seems to be extremely difficult. And I'm not blaming anyone for that, because this is an added layer on top of all other building department burdens. And it's hard to know why we would need to do that, why we are encouraging them to do that. I agree with the outreach was directed mostly towards operators, and this is all about accommodating the operators. And you will probably eventually hear that operators, we should let them do this because they need the revenue. Well, they have the ability to lease long-term, and it would be much better in terms of stable communities and our housing supply to have individuals who have space and the will to lease rooms to do it for long-term permanent residents.
And you have 30 seconds left.
Oh my God. Okay. So I am going to ask the select board to say no. I think that the status quo If we could get real about shutting down the illegal ones, the problem ones is going to help a lot. I think legalizing them will cause more to come to Brookline. And we don't need it in terms of tourism because we have plenty of well-regulated, safe, and willing lodging in our community already. And research has shown that those individuals who wish to visit will shift to those legitimate housing options if they don't have Airbnb. So I don't think we need it. If you cannot say no, I would support the AC planning board version. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is one other person in line, and that's Roger Blood. He's been promoted.
Oh, Roger, again.
Roger, you've been promoted. You can unmute.
And there's also a video somewhere. Well,
Roger, you're on now.
We can hear you.
You just mute yourself again.
Yeah.
Unmute. There you go.
But you can't see me.
We don't need to see you, just talk.
Okay. Okay. Well, I just first want to speak briefly as the HAB chair, because the HAB held a public hearing on this and took an interim vote, which is very brief. I had planned to put it on share screen, but I know you're tight on your schedule and want to move along. So if you like, I can just read it. It's just one long sentence and provide it to you in writing as a follow-up.
Yep.
This is from the HAB. As advocates for the creation and preservation of all types of affordable housing in Brookline, the HAB recommends that town meeting consider the extent to which short-term or transient rentals may remove affordable housing units, including rented rooms within units, from the town's long-term rental housing stock. The HAB will be voting on some version of the different proposals on the 21st, but the general thrust of the HAB members' discussion was less is better than more, because the more of this there is, the more it removes from real housing. That's it for the HAB. I'd just like to make a few remarks beyond the HAB's mission, which is just the removal of housing. The staff has done a good job on this. They've been asked to do this, and they've reached out, but not a lot of resident participation, although you're hearing some this evening. I would suggest the primary purpose of this exercise should be the thousands of residents and their quality of life taking precedence over the relatively few but highly motivated folks at during the outreach that are financially incented by providing or participating in these programs. The town offered three main reasons in its formal presentations over the past year that I don't think any of which really hold water when you look at them. And the first being that as some have said, there's an awkward perception that the state is paying us money for an activity that the town hasn't authorized. And an awkward perception it may be, but it doesn't justify this level of undertaking, the enormous regulatory structure. And frankly, the bottom line is that the state doesn't care. They simply have not and will never care when they send the town's checks. The second is the assertion that somehow the town needs to be competitive, and that's the word, with our neighboring communities that have authorized and are regulating this, Cambridge, Boston, Somerville, what have you.
Roger, you have 30 seconds left.
We're not in the business at the municipal government level of competing, so I don't think that holds water. The third being an affordability argument that seniors, especially homeowners, need this transient income to afford to stay in their homes. They can rent it for real housing purposes to people that really need housing at market rates. There is a court decision recently, Hall versus Lytle, that confirms the ZBA conclusion that I think is really important to what we're looking at here, and that is that transient short-term rentals are a form of business or commercial activity and inconsistent, this is a summary judgment, inconsistent with.
You've reached 3 minutes, Roger.
So I hope that you will take all of those things into account, and I will.
Roger, I'll give you a couple of more seconds. Inconsistent with what?
Inconsistent with residential uses.
Okay, sorry.
In terms of residential zones.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I take it no one else is in the queue.
No one else, yeah, no one else has indicated want to speak.
Any further discussion from the board? Anything you want to say, Polly, to respond to some of the issues that were raised by the speakers?
Paul, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, you don't have to say anything.
No, I have no further comments.
Ms. Hamilton.
I have one comment, which is, well, actually, I guess it's two comments. One, I am very concerned about taking units off of the housing stock. I do believe that that does play a role in supply and demand and the price. And then the other thing is, this is a very complex set of warrant articles, and the issue itself is complex. And we're probably not going to get it right off of the bat. So bite-sized chunks where we kind of play around with some of the units that don't necessarily take something off of the housing stock. Let's see how that goes, and then we can reassess.
Ms. Salko, I'd actually like someone to look at the issue of whether short-term rentals would take units off the housing out of the housing supply, affordable housing supply. Seems to me that if you have a unit next to you that would be rented out as short-term rental and you can't do it, you're going to rent it out at market rates, not affordable rates. I'm not sure.
Right,
So,
I agree.
I don't
with
know.
you,
Yeah, pardon?
But again, it's just an issue of the supply of housing and whether if you have more supply, that the prices will modulate. It doesn't mean they'll be affordable.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into supply demand economics, but I just don't think that works when you're dealing with two discrete segments of the housing market. But yeah.
I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the MAPC has done extensive work on this since Airbnb really got introduced a couple of years ago.
Okay. Do you have access to that, Ms. Hamilton?
I'll try to track it down.
Yeah, I think that'd be useful. I mean, it's just a small piece of this issue, but I think it's important to address it. Okay. Moving on to senior property tax exemption. And I assume no one wants to vote this tonight or vote the Airbnb tonight. So I'm moving on to senior tax exemption. Ms. Granoff.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. I'm Susan Granoff, and I'm chair of the Moderators Committee on Elderly Tax Relief. Wait, let me put me on video. Okay. We are the petitioners for this article. And I'd like to preface my comments by saying that this is the result of nearly 2 years of work by this committee, and that the warrant article was reviewed by the town's acting chief assessor and board of assessors with whom members of our committee met, and that it incorporates all of their recommendations. And also that the advisory committee voted favorable action on the slightly amended version of this article by a vote of 26-0 with 1 abstention. And I assume you have a copy of the slight amendments. Hello?
Let's see what we have in here. They should have them in their packet, but I'll get them.
Okay. If not, yeah, let me know. I can describe them. So warrant article is a proposal that creates a new property tax exemption to help needy senior homeowners who are unable to qualify for the town's senior tax deferral program. The new program is modeled after Sudbury's highly successful program that has been in operation since 2014, and which other Massachusetts communities such as Concord, Wayland, Andover, Hopkinton, and Reading have either adopted or petitioned the state legislature to adopt. Our proposal functions the same way that Sudbury's does and has the same basic qualification requirements, but it has one additional qualification that restricts the exemption to those senior homeowners who cannot qualify for the town's senior tax deferral program. The reason that they can't qualify is because they have a mortgage on their home. The problem arises because state law requires the town to hold a first lien position on the home of any of the tax deferral participants, while federal law requires all issuers of conventional mortgages also to hold a first lien position on the property that they issue mortgages on. The senior homeowner with a mortgage is caught in the middle. Our committee estimates that approximately 100 senior homeowners fall into this category. Most of the seniors in this group are much older, unmarried women living alone, nearly 90% of whom are spending at least 50% of their total household income on housing costs, and all of whom have mortgages on their homes. Under this new exemption, no qualifying Brookline senior homeowner would be required to pay property taxes on their home or condo greater than 10% of their total gross household income, as long as they paid a minimum of 50% of their property tax bill. To qualify, the senior homeowner must be 65 or older, with a joint owner, if any, at least 60 years old, have resided in Brookline for at least 10 consecutive years, have a prior year's gross household income low enough to qualify for the Massachusetts circuit breaker income tax credit, own and occupy a Brookline home with an assessed value no greater than the prior year's average assessed value of all Brookline single-family residences, including both condos and single-family homes, plus 10%, which for fiscal year 2020 is about $1.34 million. Must not own excessive assets that place the applicant outside of the intended recipients of this exemption, and must be unable to qualify for Brookline senior tax deferral for that year, despite a good faith effort to do so. The proposal has been drafted in such a way that after testing out this very limited version of the Sudbury program, should a future town meeting wish to remove the added restriction, it would be able to do so without having to petition the state legislature again. The new program would be revenue neutral. It would have a fixed, knowable, and relatively modest cost. It would be funded by a small tax surcharge set annually by the select board, ranging from 0.25% in its first year to a maximum of 1% of the town's total residential tax levy. At 0.25% of 1%, this currently works out to a maximum of slightly under $500,000 and an annual property tax bill increase of $11 for the median condo and $34 for the median single-family home. We believe that this new exemption program would be very unlikely to require more than 0.25% surcharge. Other advantages of the program are, because it's based on Sudbury's time-tested popular program, Brookline would be able to benefit from Sudbury's experience with it. Its format would be familiar to state legislatures, and as a result, it would be more likely to get their approval. It would be future oriented in that it would be able to take account of future overrides, debt exclusions, and inflation without requiring any additional administrative burden. And most importantly, it would be able to help about 100 senior homeowners with low and modest incomes who clearly need additional help with their rising property taxes who are not currently being helped by existing town programs. So we urge you to support this, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Remind me
Ms. Hamilton.
if a tax assessor served on this particular committee. I can't quite remember.
Harold Peterson attended almost every one of our meetings.
And he's on the assessors board.
Yes.
Mr. Van Scoyoc.
Has the advisory committee voted on this?
Yes, it was approved 26-0 with one abstention. But what was approved was the slightly amended version of it.
What were their amendments?
Okay, these are actually amendments that we proposed after the subcommittee hearing on it. There was a concern that seniors might try to game the system. So we inserted language that a finding that an applicant had not tried in good faith to qualify for the tax deferral program, or had during the 24 months prior to applying for the property tax exemption, affirmatively taken steps so as to not qualify for the senior tax deferral program, would be grounds for denying the property tax exemption provided by this act. In other words, it would mean that people couldn't just be gaming it and purposely trying to take out, say, a mortgage so that they would be able to get this new exemption. And additionally, we added a section that said that the Board of Assessors would be shall report back to town meeting to provide an assessment of the program established by this act after it has been in operation in the town for 36 months. And that would be, we thought that would be a sufficient time to get a sense of how well the program was working and whether it needed any modifications. And those are the only two amendments.
So who would make the finding with respect to gaming the system?
The Board of Assessors, because
Okay,
they're the ones who look at the question.
Yeah, I know they are. Are they capable or able in terms of staffing, et cetera, to do that?
Well, they're the one, there would be the ones who look at the applications along with the town's tax collector, look at the applications of someone applying for the tax deferral program. And part of the application is that there's a contract that has to be signed by any party who has either a legal or beneficial interest in that property. And that's where the gaming might occur. And so they would be able to see exactly when the mortgage was taken out and who holds the legal or beneficial interest.
Got it. Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, John. I'm sorry.
And what is your estimate as to how many would qualify?
We think a maximum of 100. We did a lot of statistical analysis of data concerning senior homeowners. And that's how we discovered the number of seniors who still have mortgages on their homes. We were surprised at the number. We thought there would be fewer. But based on our estimate, using this micro data that comes from the US Census Bureau, American community surveys that are done each year, we were able to determine that approximately 103 seniors would have qualified for the circuit breaker tax credit and also have mortgages. So this is the target group who would also be able to qualify for our program, assuming that they don't have excessive assets. And that's something we couldn't learn from the data that we had, but that would be determined on a case-by-case basis by the assessors, the Board of Assessors. But that's why we think that that's a maximum number. It could well be less than that, but that would set the upper limit to the number that would be helping. And that would be actually, even if we're only helping 60 or 70, that would actually be more than the number of seniors who are currently benefiting from the total number of programs that the town currently has to assist seniors needing additional help with paying property taxes. There are actually very few seniors who are able to benefit from any of the multitude of tax assistance programs that the town has. And most of them there are 35 slots in the work-off program. The other programs have a total of 25 seniors participating. So this would make a significant difference.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. Mr. Casanova Davis, do we have someone waiting to speak from the public?
No one has indicated they want to speak regarding this article.
Okay, I see Rashid Bell. Rashid is in the queue. Does she want to speak?
She's our assessor.
She's our assessing
Oh, I'm
administrator.
sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies. Do you want to say anything? Your name was cut off on my screen, so I couldn't recognize you.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm here, Rashid Dalasi.
Yeah, and I apologize again.
No problem.
I'm in
no
the habit
problem.
of doing that.
Yeah. I think there's still some details to be worked on with the committee, and I'm just looking at some numbers here, quick numbers that the numbers that were put forward about the 100 or so qualifying. If you take the average of the 1.3 million, there's 10,588 parcels that will fall under that average. So not sure before getting to the income restrictions. So it could potentially be more than 100. But also the amount set aside by the select board, my understanding it comes out prior to setting the tax rate, which is it's spread out over the residential tax class. And if we have more qualifying people, then we'll have to go back to the drawing table, and you might have run out of money. That's basically what what this number is indicating. If it turns out to be 100, 103, 120, but if it's 10,000 parcels fall under that average, then it could be potentially not a problem, but it could be cost more.
Great, thank you. Ms. Granoff?
Yes, there's actually language that says that if there are more applicants who qualify than what we had allowed for, that there would be an adjustment to the income that would lower it so that it could never exceed the 0.25% of the total residential tax levy as far as the costs of the program. And additionally, if there's any money left over from not granting exemptions, that money would be returned to the town that year. So that there's a kind of built-in knowability about this. If there are more than we think than this 100 number, then they would be simply getting fewer. The allowance would be a smaller amount. than what we would have otherwise given to them. But
Okay.
it would not cost any more than what the maximum, which is slightly under 500,000.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Van.
Question for Rashid, if I may. But as you see it, how much of staff would have to be added to administer this?
Again, it could potentially require at least a full-time person, because if out of the looking at the number of parcels that could potentially qualify, it's a tremendous number. But again, without looking at the income limit, I'm not sure how many will qualify. If it's 100, that will require, because there's a whole filing paperwork to review and qualify each year, and based on the comments that Susan just made, if there are more numbers qualifying, that the limits will change from year to year, whether it's income or amount granted. So that requires a lot more time to review.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the past, the problems that have arisen is that we have very few seniors applying for existing exemptions. It's very hard to get seniors to apply. And so we think that particularly considering the restrictions, that these have to be seniors who have mortgages, and they have to be seniors who meet the income qualifications. That's what accounts for the rather limited number. And so with the 10,000 property parcels, I would imagine a very small number of them are seniors with those restricted incomes who also have mortgages and do not have excessive assets. So I think that it will probably be a lot closer to 100 than to 10,000.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, I was going to say that was my thought too, is that one of the aspects of this program is that people need to apply for it. And that's, I think we'll have to do our job and make sure that folks in the community know that this is available to them. I'm a little concerned by the response from our assessor that this may take for a program that I guess we'll have to see how it scales, but for a program that could potentially help up to 100 people, that it would take a full-time staff member. Yeah, that seems out of scale for me. Yeah.
Perhaps he meant if it had 10,000 or a huge number of applicants, but with 100,
exactly. I didn't mean full staff for 100. No.
Okay.
I meant if potentially there's, a couple. I'm not sure. I'm just saying if in fact there are a lot more than 100, then yes, it does require a full-time person.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I could add one more thing, another advantage of this program would be that it might draw more attention of seniors to the excellent tax deferral program. This has been a real mystery to us on the committee because the town has made some wonderful improvements in the tax deferral program, and currently there are only 8 seniors participating in it. And we think that by making this a requirement for applying to our new program, that it may actually draw a lot more attention to the benefits of the tax deferral program.
Okay. So let's close the hearing and move on to warrant article 27, zoning bylaws to allow micro units. I'm sure this will go fast. Thank you, Susan. Okay, who's going to, Michael Zurab, you're going to present on this?
I think so. On the agenda, it said planning. I'm not sure if that was a typo or not, but
it was a typo.
Got it.
It was a typo. Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Well, I'm here, so I will present. Let me share my screen. It looks like I have permission, which is nice. Thanks for doing this. I frankly am pretty sleepy, so I don't know how you do it. This is a co-petitioned warrant article with Lisa Schatz, who's a town meeting member, and Jeff Wachter. I think we should start by defining micro-unit dwellings. This has been a source of some controversy, which you may or may not be aware of. But essentially, what a micro-unit dwelling is any housing unit of less than 500 square feet. It's not a property of particular buildings so much as any housing unit, whether it's a studio in a larger apartment building or the basement of a two-family dwelling, or what have you. Any housing unit of less than 500 square feet is a micro-unit dwelling. There are hundreds of micro-unit dwellings in Brookline, but they can no longer be built. I'll show a bit more about this. And prior to 2016, this is in the planning department's report that was in the packet. Prior to 2016, these were legal to build. It was legal to build a single micro unit. It was legal to build an apartment building containing only micro units. This was a legal use. With the creation of the Emerald Island Special District in 2016, that town meeting approved a zoning bylaw amendment defining what a micro unit dwelling is, this definition here, and then approved it only in the 7 parcel area comprising the Emerald Island Special District, and in so doing banned it everywhere else. I had been in my previous however many presentations to boards about this saying perhaps inadvertently banned, but between EDAB, the HAB, and the Zoning Bylaw Committee, the number of members who served on this committee who told me that this was not their intention is probably 5 or 6. So I think at this, it's pretty, I can say pretty confidently no one had intended to ban small apartments when they approved the Emerald Island Special District, but that is the status quo in Brookline right now. That's a bad thing because small apartments are useful for certain people like me. I'm currently living in and speaking to you from a 361 square foot micro unit. And these smaller housing units provide less expensive housing options and particularly are useful for people in certain stages of their lives, like young adults or seniors looking to downsize. The town's housing production plan in 2016 specifically called out the creation of micro units as an opportunity for expanding the town's housing stock. So it might be useful if we make it legal for us to carry out that plan. So that's one other advantage. It's also an environmentally friendly housing type, which no one has objected to, but I do want to highlight, I think this is not a trivial thing, that smaller apartments take less energy to live in and less energy to heat and cool. And that is a good, and finally, there's a fiscal advantage to these kinds of housing types, namely that they tend to be net fiscal benefits to the town because the residents who live in them don't tend to consume a lot of government services, and in particular school services. That's important to a lot of people, especially in Brookline, where there are issues with school overcrowding. But I mean, it's not a trivial thing. There are certain costs that are fixed that the town has to pay for. Like at some point, we're going to have to rebuild our fire stations because they're old. And to the extent that we can grow the town's tax base, that diffuses these fixed costs across a larger number of households and reduces the property tax burden borne by any given household. So that's also a good thing. So it's a bad thing that we ban these micro units and we should allow them. This is just a map showing you where the micro unit condos are. So if you look at the assessor's database, it has individual records for ownership units, for condo units that are separate parcels, that are separate property tax assessed entities. So this is just ownership units. There's 329 of them. They're basically all studios. There's a couple of borderline micro unit 2-bedrooms that are all in one apartment building on Washington Street for some reason. But yeah, you can see they're pretty spread out in the multifamily districts of town. They're not in single family districts, obviously, like much of South Brookline, which is large lot single family, but throughout the various sort of G, L, and M districts in northern part of Brookline. And these are just the condos. There's also rental units that aren't here. This map, I just jittered the points a little bit because a lot of these condo units are on top of each other in the same building, but this shows the full 320, whatever. So there's a lot of these have, if you live in Brookline, you see them and you live near them, but they can't be built anymore. Of course, it's not just ownership units like condos. There's also a lot of apartment buildings that have micro units. Some of the iconic apartment buildings on Beacon Street, like Pelham Hall, built in 1920 at the intersection of Beacon and Pleasant Street, has units as small as 309 square feet. They also have some slightly larger micro units, and bigger than that, but less than 500. But their smallest units are 309 square feet. Hampton Court, which is another one of the apartment buildings on Beacon Street. Both of these are mixed-use properties, but they have apartments on top. Has micro-unit dwellings, and people live in them, and they've lived in them for a century or more, and it's been a useful feature of the town's housing stock that was inadvertently banned. So what does this article do, and what does it not do? At this point in the process, this is a simple up and down vote on allowing small housing units to exist, or to be built in Brookline rather, where hundreds of smaller housing units already exist and could be built until 2016 when they were banned by accident. We're not trying to change anything about, unlike previous iterations of microunit articles, we're not trying to create any special exemptions for microunits. At this point, we're not even trying to change parking requirements. We've totally abandoned that part of the warrant article proposal. So this isn't changing anything about allowable building height, about floor area ratio, about parking, or about commercial frontage. This is just an up and down vote on use, on whether in places that allow apartments of a certain size or houses of a certain size, whether it should be allowed to have small apartments within those buildings. So in use table form, this is what it looks like, changing some no's to yeses, where the use table determines whether microunit dwellings are allowed. And so we're proposing the no be changed to yes for SC, T, F, M, L, and G districts. And why these zones? Basically, wherever multifamily housing is allowed, we think you should be able to build small apartments. In the less dense areas like SC, T, and F, this has a similar, although it's not the same thing, similar flavor to accessory dwelling units, where you would tend to have smaller units alongside principal ones. So you can imagine a two-family house where there's a basement unit and a main unit. And so that's the idea there. And then for MLNG, these are districts that have apartments already, right? The question, and they have big apartment buildings or bigger condo buildings already. The question is just whether those bigger buildings should be allowed to have, or apartment buildings should be able to have small units. We chose not to include O districts. There are currently no residential uses in O districts, although our zoning bylaw allows single family and two family homes to be built in O districts. There's only two O districts. One is a medical office building, and one is another office building near Chestnut Hill. They're exclusively commercial use and they don't allow apartments. And so we thought to leave this out to not create any disincentives for commercial development. They also, I mean, these are office districts. It didn't really seem like we want to destroy the offices and build homes of micro units. So it just didn't seem appropriate. Basically, this use table returns us to the pre-2016 status quo. So if you lived in Brookline prior to the special town meeting of 2016, you lived in a world where you were able to build micro unit dwellings. So I think one potential issue or controversy that's arising, I don't think anyone at this point is going to object to the concept of allowing any small units. I think where there is still some controversy is whether buildings should be allowed that contain primarily small units. And so I do want to spend a little bit of time talking to you about that, because my sense is that that is where the fault line is currently. So in the packet, the AC has already taken up this article, and they initially approved micro-unit dwellings under what we thought was the definition of the time, which was a building of mostly micro-units. And under that definition, they approved them in G and M districts only. But today, the Planning and Regulation Subcommittee took up this article again and walked that back and basically recommended prohibiting buildings containing more than 50% micro units everywhere. So that is the AC's new recommendation, or this, at least the subcommittee's new recommendation, would allow, let's say, an 18-unit building to contain 8 microunits, but not 9 microunits or more. And we disagree with this. We don't think there's anything uniquely suspicious or pernicious about a building containing mostly small units. And I would like people to articulate what exactly it is that they're afraid of about the use in particular, and why the objection is specifically about micro units and not just development in general, which is not the same thing. And finally, I'll just say there is a kind of concrete example of what a micro unit building would look like in Brookline. There's a 40B proposal at 209 Harvard Street. The developer is proposing basically expanding an office building into a surface parking lot behind the office building and building something like 36 small micro studios and 6 larger apartment buildings. And so the question is whether it would be worse if instead of building those micro studios, they built 3-bedroom apartments or 2-bedroom apartments. Of course, fewer of them, but our sense is that there's nothing uniquely bad about building small units, even a building that contains primarily small units. And so we recommend that you approve the version of this warrant article that was approved by EDAB, HAB, and the Zoning Bylaw Committee, which changes the use table to allow micro units in SC, T, F, M, L, and G districts while leaving everything else about zoning totally the same. So I'll stop there. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board? Mr. Vanskoya.
At this point, even I am getting tired of me raising my hand, so I apologize. But I do have questions. Well, 2 things. The last I heard, the 209 Harvard Street proposal had run up against a problem in terms of whether there was a, I think it's called a non-conforming.
Infectious invalidity?
Yes, thank you, Michael. Good for you. Yeah. Is that your understanding as well?
No. Oh, Polly can.
Polly's raising her hand.
Polly.
Hi, Polly Selko, Assistant Director of Regulatory Planning. Yes, that is an issue. However, the Zoning Board of Appeals hasn't even had the opening hearing yet, and that's an issue that will be discussed. It doesn't mean that also at this time, the time that they applied, the town had reached just 10% of affordable units, which doesn't mean that they couldn't also take this case, but they could deny it. So I think that remains to be seen whether that will be an issue that would prevent this from being developed or not. But I did want to also add that at this morning's meeting of the Planning and Regulation Advisory Committee subcommittee, they actually voted to go back to the status quo of what was believed to be the situation before the Emerald Isle Special District was passed. And that is that the building commissioner had interpreted micro units as a micro unit dwelling that had more than 49% of the units, micro units. If it didn't have 49%, he would allow them. Now, with Michael's zoning amendment, he would allow 100% to be micro units. And I think that probably the full advisory committee may be voting again, since the subcommittee has changed its vote. It changed its vote because town council said that the interpretation, the way the definition reads, it really applies to any micro dwelling unit, not just a micro dwelling unit building of more than 49%. No, it's a little confusing. lastly, I just wanted to add that the planning board also voted favorably or recommended favorable action on micro units as proposed. But they also recommended, and this hasn't been run by Sandy Gadsby yet, they recommended that 1 parking space per micro unit be required unless it has 2 bedrooms or more. And then it would be more parking spaces. So
So to be clear, they recommended a parking minimum reduction that we are not including. It's not a dramatic reduction, but.
correct, because you've eliminated the parking reduction, and they're saying that they really think there should be a parking reduction.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't mean to sidetrack the discussion, but and actually the more interesting aspect of Michael's raising of the 209 Harvard Street example, is that would be on a parking lot, right, Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah. So people should just try to keep in mind the difference between a micro unit development that is like, new and on a parking lot where there had not formerly been commercial development or housing. And the possibility that if this isn't done right, the invitation to development of micro units could end up leading to a fair amount of demolitions of existing properties and replacement of those properties with micro unit developments. And I think it's because of I don't want to speak for the planning subcommittee, planning and regulation subcommittee of the advisory committee, but they had a very extensive hearing on this morning. And I think it's because of the many uncertainties as to what the actual impacts of this would be in terms of the extent of micro unit development that it would foster, and the possibility that a substantial part of that would result in demolitions, that the planning and regulation subcommittee essentially, cut through all the verbiage of their recommendation, it essentially leaves in place what we have now until there can be further information developed, which is convincing as to the impacts of this, so that we'll know what we're getting into and not just sort of trigger something that we will regret later. And so that's the context in which I'm looking at this. And I hope I have fairly stated what the Planning and Regulation Subcommittee concluded.
Well, they wouldn't be leaving in place what is this current situation, because the current situation is that no micro units would be allowed.
Well, status quo in terms of limiting them to areas where they would be unlikely to be developed.
Can someone help me understand the change to this idea around like no more than 50% in a building? It seems arbitrary to me. Maybe it's not, but I just don't understand why that restriction would be necessary. I think you could either think they're good or they're bad, but how many are in a particular building, I don't understand that at all.
Well, I did think it was 49%, but what happened was that the way the definition is written, it's confusing. It seems to refer to a micro unit dwelling or building, but in fact, it then says, or any portion thereof. So the way the building commissioner was interpreting that was that the building would have to have more than 49% of its units, micro units, for him to say, well, they're not allowed. And he would allow single micro units or micro units under 49%. Now, town council has said that's not exactly what it says, the definition, and that any micro unit would be a forbidden use.
Got it. But now, is there any provision? I'm thinking back to that last slide I think that we saw from Michael's presentation. Is there a body, whether it's the AC subcommittee or another, that's recommending a maximum to the number of micro units in a given building? Okay.
The PNR subcommittee recommended that micro units be allowed in F, M, L, and G, but with the stipulation that no building could be 50% or more micro units. That was their stipulation.
Yeah, that's the piece I don't understand.
And I mean, I of course agree that this is arbitrary. And when they took this up the first time, they allowed predominantly micro unit dwellings in G and M districts. They scheduled a second hearing today where they now no longer allow that. They've chosen no longer to allow that. We heard a lot about the need for comprehensive zoning and unintended consequences, but I didn't really hear any articulated harms about a building that contained 51% small units instead of 49% small units. The concern seemed more to be about some ambiguous unknown that may be out there, which is why they didn't want to allow those kinds of buildings to be built.
Well, I wish Steve Keynes were here to explain it, but what they were thinking is that they would like in the spring to see a more comprehensive zoning amendment come before town meeting that actually clarified the definition of a micro unit dwelling building. And they also know that there's going to be some changes proposed to the parking requirements for residential units. Mm-hmm. And so they felt that what they'd like to do is propose what was the status quo that the building commissioner was using, or his definition, until town council very recently said that's not really exactly the way it's written. And so they wanted to keep the status quo until the spring and until there could be a more comprehensive look at this subject.
And I want us to go back to the status quo pre-special town meeting 2016, where these were just allowed without any particular limitation, except for the limitations imposed by everything else in our zoning code on parking, height, density, etc.
You know what I'd love to see, I think this is fine, but I as it relates to the parking, which I know is not in here anymore, and some of this may be out of scope, but for those micro unit dwellings, should they exist in the future, that were that would be maybe built in the teapot, I'd really love to see some kind of incentive where we remove the parking requirements, but we actually require some kind of payment toward supporting multimodal transportation, building out protected bike lanes, those kinds of things. So it's not a giveaway to developers necessarily. We still require them to pay in. We just say we just don't need those parking spaces, but we do need places for people to park their bikes, and we do need better infrastructure for people to ride bikes and use other forms of transportation that aren't cars. I'd love to see more of that.
Yes, that was definitely discussed by the planning board.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the intentions of leaving some of the parking still in there is for them to negotiate through the process. And part of the negotiations could be waiving that parking for the things that you're describing, and also including fossil fuel free initiatives.
Well, in the future that could be, but the way it's written now, if you don't provide the required parking, it's required a variance, not a special permit. So there's, and the boards are very loath to give out variances for parking, although sometimes it's done. Keep in mind that if a micro unit is in a T-pod, that if it's a studio, it has to provide one parking space. If it's a one bedroom, it has to provide 1.4 parking spaces. And if it's two or more bedrooms, they have to provide 2 parking spaces. And in all these discussions of the boards, it was pointed out that micro units don't have to be studios. They in fact could be 1 or 2 or even 3 bedrooms.
Day quarters.
But there's no precedent for 3-bedroom micro units. And all the micro unit buildings built in Boston, and there's a proposal in Cambridge and in Chicago and New York, they're all of studios. So there is an empirical precedent for this kind of housing use, and it's It's really just small studios. But yeah, it's possible. But yeah, we just decided to keep it as simple as possible, and really not carve out any special exemptions for micro units. I mean, I'm also working with with a lot of the Warren Article 21 folks about incentives for fossil fuel free infrastructure. And we thought it would be good to leave the parking, to not create special parking requirements for micro units so that we can more comprehensively deal with parking minimums in the context of incentivizing fossil fuel free. So that's why we chose to remove that paragraph from this proposal. And we really just, we think of this as repairing as an unintended harm. I do just want to say one more thing, which is that we have allowed micro unit dwellings in the River Road area since 2010 with no parking minimums. And that has not resulted in any demolition of the existing commercial spaces there. Now, there's not a lot of parcels there, right? But if we think that this is such a big boon for developers that people are going to immediately bulldoze our commercial properties to build micro unit dwellings, I would argue that we've had, 4 years of experience with this in the River Road area where we don't even have the parking minimums, and that just hasn't happened. So, I mean, this is a use, there is a demand for it. People are building these buildings in Boston, and there's a proposal in Cambridge, and there's a proposal in Brookline. Our ZBA may or may not take it up. So there is a demand for it, but it's not something that's going to dramatically change the character of neighborhoods, I don't think. I think this is really just about whether we should allow small apartments to be built again. And all of us live in a world where those exist in Brookline, and it seems to work out okay. So I just want to, that's where we're coming from.
Okay, great. Okay, this is a public hearing. Have we held the public hearing yet? Well, let's open it up again, just in case. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the queue, Justin?
Yeah, there's a few people in the queue. Roger
Okay.
Blood wanted to speak regarding HAB. Roger, you can mute yourself.
I think I did. Can I put up a shared screen? I arranged with Justin before to put up a shared screen, a brief item.
Yep, go ahead and press share screen.
I'm looking for it. I'm looking for the shit. Hold on.
Should be at the bottom of your screen, Roger.
Yeah, it usually does show up there, but it's there isn't any. Hold on. There we go. This will be quick. Right here. So no. Shared screen is stopped. Wait a minute. Go again.
Roger, you were sharing your screen previously, so whatever you had there, thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't want to hold you up. I had this vote opened up, and I won't hold you up by trying to find it. Why don't I just go through it real quickly with you, and again share it later in writing if necessary. So the HAB had its public hearing on this, had quite a bit of a good discussion, and the end result is basically four little sentences. Excuse me. First, the HAB recommends favorable action on Article 27 that would allow micro units in SC, M, L, and G zoning districts. So listening to your discussion just now, this would be to restore the status quo ante prior to River Road. So we support Michael and his petitioners in that regard. The HAB supports the micro units as a way to produce less costly housing units, including more affordable housing units. So, of course, whatever size, there would be more of these, and therefore the 15% cut of affordables in any sizable project would produce more deed restricted affordable units as well. The housing production plan approved in 2016 by the Select Board and the Mass Department of Housing Community Development. Our HPP recommends microhousing as one of the town's strategies for increasing housing production. The HAB still reiterates that. And finally, regarding parking, and this isn't seeking any sort of a change or an immediate action, but it is important. The HAB recommends that the current minimum parking requirements for smaller residential units, including micro units, be revisited for the purpose of possible reductions in order to reduce the cost of developing new affordable housing units. So this is consistent with the specific recommendation of the planning board, although we didn't opt to ask at this time for any specific outcome, but just to keep an eye on that and set it as a goal, perhaps in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, Justin?
Yes, next is Amanda Zimmerman. She's been promoted.
And I just want to remind people, we do have a 3-minute rule. I will be flexible if you need to wrap up, but please try to keep it to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to voice my support for this warrant article. I think it's pretty clear when the town bodies that know a lot about housing and economic development are in support of this. It's been in the 2016 housing production plan. I think there will always be some voices that will try to scare you of like, oh no, young people might come, or oh no, you're going to cram like 20 kids into a single micro unit. But I think we all know that's not realistic. And micro units produce a more affordable unit, not except for the inclusionary zoning piece, they're not going to be affordable. But for someone who's actually used to paying market rate, there's a huge difference in what a micro unit or a studio will cost versus a new 1-bedroom versus a new 2-bedroom. I think it's something that we should be doing for the town. Basically, experts that know housing more than I do recommend certain changes to address our housing problems regionally, and that's micro units, that's ADUs, that's looking at parking minimums, and these are all things that we should be doing. I think everyone who lived here pre-2016 knows that it's not a scary thing, so we should go back to allowing them. Thank you.
Thank you. But by the way, Ms. Selko, micro units aren't excluded from inclusionary zoning, I assume.
No, they're not.
Okay, so I think that you said mentioned that they were.
No, I did
If
not.
I misunderstood, I'm sorry. Okay. Looks like
Ms. Pelkey's next.
Pelkey next?
Yes.
Hello, again, Linda Olson Pelkey, town meeting member, precinct 2. Wow, I want to clear up a few misrepresentations that I've heard so far tonight. First off, the idea about, well, no one's built them, micro units in the Emerald Necklace, in the Emerald Island, excuse me. That is because we put in that zoning a lot size requirement that required acquiring numerous businesses and consolidating the lots. We were looking for a particular form of development. And yes, we did mean them to be buildings full of micro units. So I don't think we can read anything about the desirability of building these types of buildings by that one zoning example. It's a very particular case study. I also disagree with Michael's contention that this is not adding density, because that's the unique feature. We currently allow studios, and we've had studios, so what's the difference? And we don't have a size requirement on studios. For the micro unit, the distinction is that bedrooms can be part of a micro unit, separate bedrooms. So it could be a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, or whatever. So that is much denser in terms of the number of people who could possibly live in a building. So that is something to keep in mind. And I would express the concerns of advisory and myself and others, as we know we're having this side discussion about the fossil fuel free and all that. We know that people are concerned about the parking requirements, and we'll probably see something on that. And this plays into this idea of needing to figure out where we might want to allow micro unit dwelling buildings. And some of us think that that typology should have some other characteristics specified into them, like shared public spaces and things like that. And we also need to consider how much of a potential population density we might be adding, and whether we are prepared for that, whether it makes sense for Brookline, whether that's desirable. I also think in the S and C and the T and all those lower density districts, it makes absolutely no sense to include them in this at all. And I also want to comment on Raul's point about
You have 30 seconds left.
deciding what we want in the public realm and what we seek from development and what we want to ask for as a shared public benefit. This is something else that I feel needs to be done in a comprehensive way and figured out before we just open the floodgates, which I do believe once you do something about the parking, we will be incentivizing the micro units, and we do have the potential for serious teardowns because more units is more lucrative for a developer. So I think we need to be very careful. I recommend that advisory committee's version of this warrant article if you don't want to vote against it. But I think this is something that needs to get wrapped into a more comprehensive strategy. I support the idea of micro units and I support the idea of doing something about the parking requirements. I just don't think doing it in an incremental, piecemeal, not well-considered way is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Jonathan Davis?
We have one other person signed up as Jonathan Davis. He's being promoted.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Am I on?
You are, and we can hear you. So
Okay.
speak.
Thank you. I'm Jonathan Davis, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10. I just want to support some of the comments that Linda Olson-Pelkey made. I would emphasize that this is really, there is a risk of essentially or primarily or entirely micro unit buildings. I think these come with extra density because micro units are not limited to studio apartments. They can have 1 bedroom, they can have 2 bedroom. Arithmetically, they can even have 3 bedroom. And this is kind of cramped living, and I'm not sure that it's a good idea for the town to be encouraging this kind of cramped living. Maybe micro units should be thought of in terms of a restriction in being only studios and only studios of a particular size. But this article doesn't get to that. I very much remember several years ago attending a planning board hearing about a landlord's wish to convert some basement apartments on Green Street into residential that had not previously been basement apartments. And I remember the planning board at that time, I think, rather humanely said, well, you know, do we really want to have this kind of living space? And it had to do with windows and light and also sound. And I think that that's an issue. I think that primarily micro unit buildings are extra dense. And do we need that extra density of population in particular places? Maybe they should be, if they're going to be allowed, why not in the less dense parts of M districts, for example, and G districts and F districts. There is that density issue, and density brings extra burden on public transportation when and if people go back to using public transportation. But assuming that they do, that's extra burden on public transportation. It
Takes you 30 seconds left.
Schools, and I'll wrap up in just a sec. If the
2-bedroom micro units are built and are used for cheaper housing to access the school system. Is that a good thing? Is that not a good thing? But it has to be explored. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it is 10 o'clock. Who else is in the queue, Justin?
No one else is in the queue for this article.
Okay, so let's close this hearing. We have 2 more warrant articles, which are not going to be short. So just remember the time, everyone. Warrant Article 38 and 39.
Thanks.
See, Kathleen Scanlon is here. Thank you, Michael. And Elizabeth Cunningham or Lisa Cunningham. Who wants to speak?
Hi, sorry. Hi, everybody. How are you tonight? How's everybody doing?
Sleepy.
So I'm not really clear how much of a presentation you want me to give tonight, because I think we presented these 2 warrant articles before the select board before on the home rule petition and our resolution. Do you guys want a full presentation, or what are you expecting
No, I
tonight?
think the most useful thing would be to focus on those issues where there is some question or contention, and those issues that you think are really key to understanding your warrant articles.
Okay, I'm not sure that there's any question or contention really. We've got two warrant articles. The first is our resolution, which calls for the Massachusetts State Legislature, the DPU, and the BBRS to commit to a swift just building decarbonization and articulates the goals and values of our town. And the second is our home rule petition, which requests the state legislature to grant Brookline the local authority to implement warrant Article 21. And if the legislature allows the petition, Brookline would have the unique power to implement our fossil fuel prohibition. I think what's important about these 2 warrant articles is that the end goal is not for Brookline to possess these unique building electrification powers. Instead, what these warrant articles are about is to pressure the state legislature to focus on our legacy laws and our systems, which are not providing us mechanisms with which to meet our climate goals. We are, as we mentioned before, with the select board, we are now working with about 17 other towns and cities. The number has continued to grow throughout the state of Massachusetts. They're also working on these same 2 legal pathways, as well as the zoning pathways, which we're also actively working on. And we all in the goal of really not making the problem any worse at the moment. We need to do more than not make the problem worse. We need to make it better. But in the meantime, we have to stop building buildings that immediately need to have their fossil fuel systems ripped out.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Scanlon, you want to add anything?
Just that this pathway is what, after warrant Article 21 wasn't upheld by the Attorney General's office, this is what, our legal counsel had advised us as the best pathway forward, and something that other towns could replicate, like Lisa had mentioned. So the point is to build political, consensus among towns. And so since we're the only ones who had passed in town meeting warrant Article 21, this would give us a chance to lead the way.
Okay, any discussion from the board? Ms. Hamilton?
I'll just say, I'm pleased that work continues on this very important matter. So thank you. I know the warrant article process is long and you have to show up for lots of late meetings. But I appreciate the work that you guys are doing.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, are you just holding your chin or do you have something to say? Same to you, Mr. Muscoya.
No, I was just nodding in agreement with
Okay.
Heather's comments.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Why don't we open the floor? I'm sorry, Mr.
I didn't have
Muscoya.
my hand raised, I'm sorry. Hi, Lisa, and hi, Kathleen.
Hi.
All I want to say is I think this article will breeze through town meeting and should. And I actually, without putting anyone on the spot, Lisa, if you don't mind, I just want to, and not you on the spot, but maybe others. The one thing that didn't happen that was on the agenda for the people who were behind this particular article is, as you know, that we would bring to this town meeting a zoning incentive for fossil fuel free development. And the decision that was made was to take a different approach, take a little bit more time, and do some work led by the planning department. And here's where putting somebody on the spot comes in, maybe. Is that work proceeding?
Thanks for that question, John. I appreciate it. The original co-petitioners are working on this, but we've been in touch with Allison, but we've not really moved forward with the planning, with having any meetings with the planning department. We have not heard from them. So we'd like to get on the agenda with the select board next week and for a check-in on that. And we're hopeful that we can get some movement on that, because as we know, the timetable is really fast. So we'd like to figure out. We sent a memo to Allison, and I can send a copy of that to the select board so you guys can see it, outlining the different pathways that we thought would be good to pursue. So yes, I think to have a follow-up discussion next week would be great. Thanks for asking, John.
And I just want to say in response to what you said, and this was not by prearrangement, people watching at home. Lisa didn't.
Yeah.
And I did not know what she was going to say. Now that I've heard what you said and answered that question, I just want my fellow board members to know, and I'm saying it for the benefit of Mel as well. I absolutely think we have to schedule that meeting, and I think that's how to get things going. And so, a presentation to the select board at its next meeting, preferably, but maybe the meeting after that if need be, so that this process won't just drag on, and we'll get started and get going. And thank you for that report.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks
yeah,
to everybody for their support.
Okay. I'd like to hear from the planning director on that, but maybe we can do that later. So this is a public hearing. Do we have anyone in the queue, Justin?
No one has indicated they want to speak.
What?
Yeah.
That's surprising. Allison, did you want to say something? Ms. Steinfeld, do you want to say something? Or Mr. Kleckner?
No, I think we'll address it. We're not prepared to do that. I wasn't prepared for that question.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, no one still no one in the queue?
No one's in the queue, Bernard.
Okay, well, I guess everyone understands and has opinions on these two articles. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, great. Let's move on then. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
So the final item, since we've already done the warrant articles that were up for a vote, is the boards and commission appointments. I take it everyone received Mr. Kleckner's memorandum regarding basically three options for how to go forward with the Advisory Council on Public Health, which has a need for an environmental public health person, but has a very qualified and valuable applicant who does not have that type of background, but would be very helpful on the council. So, Mr. Kleitner, can you sort of summarize where we are?
Certainly. So you have 3 applicants for 3 positions on the board. 2 of those are individuals who are currently on the council and want to be reappointed. And then we have 1 vacancy and you have 1 applicant. And as you mentioned, this is a woman who this board has interviewed, a very, very qualified medical doctor, a pediatrician. But as you mentioned, unbeknownst to me, I didn't realize how the advisory council organizes themselves. And apparently they organize themselves in these functional areas and hope to have an expert in each functional area. And the individual who recently left, resigned from the committee to create this vacancy, was that environmental health person. So, unfortunately, I didn't know that, or maybe we would have advertised. I feel awkward that, we have solicited a very qualified individual. So one option is to create an associate membership. The bylaws of the town allow the select board to create associate members of any board or committee, unless it's precluded from that statute or the bylaw. And those non-voting members are, those associate members are non-voting members, and they only have 1-year terms, but they are a way, I find, to have interested people to participate and perhaps learn more about the committee. And then when an appropriate vacancy comes up, you can use that individual as we often do in other committees. So that would be my recommendation at this point.
Okay, let me just, I think that's a good recommendation. I assume people have reviewed the other options. I'd just like to say that associate members on a council that, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, operates on a consensus basis, would still have their contributions to the council factored into the decision making. And the fact that they can't vote is kind of a minor issue. The other thing is the candidate, Ms. Gordon, is a pediatrician. And I think that, I don't think there's another pediatrician on the council. But in light of COVID and the particular impact that it is having on children, particularly children in school, having a pediatrician's sort of eye to discuss issues that arise around schools and other issues with children, I think would be very useful. So, we would have her contribution as a non-voting member, which means that she still would be contributing to the discussion and decision-making of the council. But we would also, have an opportunity to fill the position with the environmental public health person that we really need. So, Mr. Fernandez.
Sure, I totally agree. I think all the folks that we interviewed, including the 2 that have already been on the council and Dr. Gordon, are exceedingly qualified. And if this is a way to be able to retain all of them, I think that'd be terrific. One of the things I wanted to ask in reading your memo, Mel, is this by state statute? But I had a question last time around about us expanding. I'd love it if we had 3 sort of, you call it like at large, that don't need to be tied to a specialty. We'd be able to actually sort of add a few more people that would provide some depth and breadth. Is that something we can do? Not at this point.
No, this is a special act of the legislature that limits membership to 6. And then we have this additional bylaw that allows the board to create this associate membership.
So it's like that's how we can do it, through the associate membership then. Okay, great. Well, I think it's a great option.
Yeah. Any other discussion of this, or anyone interested in the other 2 options?
I'll just say I'm pleased that we're able to retain somebody with a pediatric background. It's very, very important right now.
Okay, so do we need to vote? I assume we need to vote on this, right?
You do. You need to vote. If you want to pursue that option, you need to reappoint the 2 members and appoint Dr. Gordon as an associate member.
Okay, so I move the appointment of Dr. Tony Schlaff and Patricia Mayer to the Advisory Council on Public Health. Let's do that first. All in favor? Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. And next, I move approval of Dr. Rosemary Rock Gordon to associate membership on the Advisory Council on Public Health. All in favor? Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And that's the end of our business tonight. 10:16. Okay, everyone have a good evening.
Thanks. Good meeting y'all.
Thanks. Bye.
Night, everybody.